Good morning. We are live from River Valley Room.
All right, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this Executive Committee meeting to order. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of committee members. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And I'll see if other colleagues are joining us. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning. Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Rutherford is here and joining us. Sorry, Councillor. I should look to my left and right. I was too focused on the screen. Councillor Rutherford is here too. And Councillor Hamilton has joined us. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton, you have the sheet? Yep.
Yeah, I'll move that the March 22nd, 2023 Executive Committee agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 4, reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, 4.1 advisory committees of council.
Okay. Thank you so much, Councillor Hamilton. And so please, any questions on the adoption of the agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And a request from clerk for all of committee members and council members that when we are speaking, please speak right into the mic, because there are some difficult, like I think on Google Meet, people are unable to hear us because of the sound issues. So if you speak right into the mic, then people are able to hear us. Okay, adoption of the agenda is done. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Salvador, you want to do that, please?
I'll move approval of the minutes from the March 1st, 2023 Executive Committee meeting and the March 6th Executive Committee meeting.
Okay. Any errors or omissions on the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Tang have also joined us. On protocol items, before we begin with this morning's agenda, I would like to start by acknowledging last week's devastating news that Edmonton Police Service Constable Travis Jordan and Constable Brett Ryan were murdered in the line of duty on Thursday. In the coming days, we will continue to honor them as a community. There are condolences book that you can sign at the City Hall and EPS headquarters, and next week's regiment funeral. But today, on behalf of Executive Committee, I would like to extend our deepest condolences to the families of the fallen officers, Constable Travis Jordan and Constable Brett Ryan, along with the entire Edmonton Police Service. I would also like to extend our condolences to all first responders and to all Edmontonians as we grieve together. Every single day, police officers put their lives at risk to help protect the public. Every day, the families of police officers see their loved ones off to work and hope they will return home safely. And that didn't happen last week for Ryan and Jordan families. So with the rest of Edmonton, we hold them in our hearts as we mourn this profound loss. Okay. Any other protocol items? Seeing none. Select items for debate. Select items for debate. Let's see. 7.1. We have. I'll select 7.1 as people sign. And 7.2 are they're cross-referenced. Councillor Wright.
I'll select 7.4, please.
7.4.
And 7.3, since we have speakers.
7.3. And I'll select Councillor Hamilton.
No, she got it.
Okay, and I will select 7.5. Okay.
I'll move,
Okay, all
All
right,
other
okay.
items?
Councillor Hamilton, can you move the rest, please?
yeah, I'll just move all other items.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That was carried?
That was
Yes?
carried, yes,
Okay.
5-0.
Right on. And I'll ask Clerk Norton to read back what we have already approved.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. This morning, Executive Committee has passed the following recommendations. Item 5.1, Review of the Good Neighbor Plan, has a revised due date of November 1st, 2023. And item 5.2, Indigenous Memorandum of Understanding, Rossdale, has a revised due date of June 23rd, 2023.
Okay, thank you. Request to speak. Councillor Wright, you want to do that?
Thank you. I move that Executive Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. For 7.1, 2023 Community Revitalization Levy Update Downtown The Quarters, Downtown Belvedere. 7.2, Options for Unfunded Capital City Downtown Community Revitalization Levy CRL Catalyst Projects, Adam Shamchuk in person. 7.3, Research Park Economic Development Opportunities, Options and Actions, Hannah Marinkovic, Applied Pharmaceutical Innovation, Remote, and Andrew McIsaac, Applied Pharmaceutical Innovation, Remote.
Okay. Please vote to hear from the members of the public.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Jans, you want to move a request for specific time on the agenda?
So moved, or do I need to read the recommendation?
Yeah, just if you don't mind.
Okay, sure. That the following item be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda, 7.3, Research Park Economic Development Opportunities, Options and Actions at 1:30 p.m.
Okay. And is that okay with the committee members to be, this item to be heard at 1:30? Okay. Please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor inquiries. Seeing none, We have no unfinished business. With that, we'll go to our first item, 7.1 and 7.2, 2023 Community Revitalization Levy Update, and options for unfunded Capital City Downtown Community Revitalization Levy Catalyst projects. Okay, I'll go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. Today I'm joined by my colleague Tom Beck, Principal Planner with Economic Investment Services. We're presenting two reports related to the city's Community Revitalization Levies, or CRLs. CRLs are a provincially legislated funding tool available to municipalities designed to support areas to develop to their full potential. Today's reports include administration's annual update on the finances of each CRL and also responses to council motions about opportunities for future use of CRL funds in the downtown CRL. There are 3 CRLs within the City of Edmonton: the Capital City Downtown CRL, the Quarters Downtown CRL, and the Belvedere CRL. Each has a slightly different time span, but all are in effect until the early 2030s. We will begin our presentation with a brief reminder of the mechanics and constraints of CRLs, followed by the financial update, and finally a discussion of future projects in the downtown CRL. Approval of a CRL plan is a multi-step process involving both the city and the province. First, the province must approve a CRL regulation that authorizes the municipality to pass a CRL bylaw. This regulation establishes the boundary of the CRL area. Second, the municipality then passes a CRL bylaw and plan at a public hearing. The plan sets out the reason for the CRL, the projects to be funded by the CRL, and financial projections. Once the CRL bylaw is approved by council, it must also be approved by the province. The CRL then begins in January of the following year and remains in effect for a 20-year period. This next slide provides an illustration of the basic CRL model. The city makes an upfront investment in infrastructure to attract private development, and then, for up to 20 years, the incremental increase in property taxes is dedicated to repaying the initial investment, the debt. This includes both municipal and provincial components of the property tax. The provincial components are critical to the benefit of a CRL. After 20 years, the municipal portion of the property tax in the area returns to general revenues.
Can the slides on the public screen can move along with the presentation so that public can see the slides as well, because they're...
We're on slide 5.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Just... Here we go. All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Next slide, please. There are some important constraints on how CRL funds can be used. First, CRL funds must be used in a way that is consistent with the CRL plan. Only projects mentioned in the CRL plan can be funded by the CRL. If it's not listed in the plan, it can't be funded by the CRL. Second, CRL funds must be spent within the CRL boundary. The CRL boundaries are unique and do not align with the city's neighborhood boundaries. This is particularly noticeable in the case of downtown, where the CRL boundary only includes about half the downtown neighborhood. Finally, CRL projects go through the same budget approval process as other city projects and are subject to the same rules around borrowing, the city's standard project delivery approach, etc. Amending the content of a CRL plan is possible, but carries some risk. An amendment would require council to pass a new CRL bylaw, which would subsequently need provincial approval. It is the provincial approval part of the process that carries some risk. In 2022, the province instituted new guidelines for new CRLs that place limitations on how CRLs can be used. How these new guidelines would be applied to our existing CRLs is unknown and could risk current projects being deemed ineligible. I'll now pass it over to Tom to continue with the presentation. Next slide.
And I think one more slide ahead. Great, thank you. Good morning. Administration continuously monitors and updates the revenue potential of all 3 CRLs, which fluctuate based on development activity and market conditions. Projected revenue and expenses over the 20-year lifespan of each CRL are presented to Council annually in the first quarter. One note before we get into it, due to the timing of this report, the numbers in this report don't reflect Council's recent decision to transition to a single mill rate for residential properties. And as there is a relatively higher concentration of rental properties in CRL areas, this change to reduce the rental mill rate will result in slightly lower projections than shown in the report. Future CRL reports will reflect this transition to a single mill rate, and as we go along here, I have a preliminary estimate for how each CRL is affected that I'll mention as we go through each one. Next slide, please. In the downtown CRL, the pace and volume of development we're witnessing continues to exceed what was projected in the CRL plan back in 2013. We've seen more than 3,000 new residential units, close to 2 million square feet of office space, and about $4.5 billion of development since 2015. Put another way, our downtown makes up about 1% of Edmonton's total land area. Since 2015, about 11% of every construction dollar invested in the city of Edmonton has been spent downtown. This has been positive for our 20-year revenue expectations, as has the relatively strong performance of top-class office properties. However, in retrospect, the CRL was triggered at what has turned out to be a recent high point in the valuation of older office properties, and assessed values of these buildings have steadily decreased since the CRL began, which offsets some of those gains from new development. Accounting for all these factors, as well as the 2023 to 2026 budget, the CRL revenue projection has increased modestly compared to a year ago. Our current projection is that over the 20-year CRL period, the capital city downtown CRL will generate between $731 and $903 million in CRL revenue. That's that combination of the municipal and provincial property tax equivalents. The medium scenario, which we use for budgeting purposes, projects $782 million. Administration continues to use conservative assumptions around new development and market value change. The risk of further declines in property values, particularly in the office and retail market, are reflected in these numbers. Administration has also developed what we call a stress test. We don't believe that this is necessarily a realistic scenario. It includes sharper decreases in property values and assumes that no further development will take place through the end of the CRL in 2034, other than that is already under construction. Over a 20-year period, the high scenario would generate sufficient revenue to cover all committed costs, that's approved capital profiles, office costs, and other costs, plus an additional $163 million for unfunded projects. The medium scenario would generate sufficient revenue to cover all committed costs, plus fund $42 million in unfunded projects. The low and stress test scenarios would not generate sufficient revenues to cover all committed costs. And finally, as a rough calculation, that transition to a single residential tax rate will reduce overall revenue by about $8 million, or about 1%. Next slide, please. Moving on to the Quarters CRL. The Quarters CRL area has seen significant development since its initiation in 2012. In all, there's been about 1.5 million square feet of new construction in the CRL area. And new developments like the Hat building at 95th Street and Jasper Avenue, or the Stadium Yards project at 84th Street, all contribute to the Quarters CRL. Over the last year, our revenue projection is essentially unchanged, as slow development progress is balanced out by the approval of tax rates in the 2023 to 2026 budget. Next slide, please. Since the Quarters CRL inception, administration has taken a conservative approach by only forecasting the low scenario. Administration now expects the Quarters CRL to generate $133 million over the 20-year lifespan, an increase of $1 million from about a year ago. However, that transition to a single residential mill rate, we anticipate reduce Quarters revenues by about $3.5 to $4 million. Next slide, please. The third and final CRL is at Belvedere, which includes the Station Point project. The Belvedere CRL is different from the other two in that the revenue projections have always included both tax revenue uplift and revenue from the sale of city-owned lands. We can go to the next slide, please. Like the Quarters, administration only forecasts a low scenario in this case. Our expectations for Belvedere's revenue from the CRL have modestly increased from a year ago. However, this is offset by land sales generating less revenue than previously projected. As a result, the projection for land sales and CRL revenue combined has decreased by about $1 million to $45.5 million by 2032, and that, again, that transition to a single residential mill rate impacts revenues by about $450,000, or 1%. Next slide, please. So the two reports we're presenting here today also address two council motions about next steps for the downtown CRL. One motion was to explore the opportunities and implications of a downtown CRL-funded residential incentive program, and a second motion was to explore the potential for the downtown CRL to fund public washrooms and affordable or mixed market housing. Next slide again, please. This slide shows the remaining unfunded projects within the downtown CRL. These are eligible to be funded with the CRL. The city isn't obligated to advance these projects just because they're in the CRL plan. And as a reminder, as Alyssa said, only projects included in the CRL plan can be funded by the CRL. These projects include Jasper Avenue New Vision from 102nd Street to 109th Street and the 100th Street pedestrian bridge, which have both been funded only to the end of preliminary design or checkpoint 3. Green and walkable downtown and downtown stormwater drainage servicing are also eligible for funding. With these projects, administration takes a phased incremental approach as opportunities arise. There is also the downtown incentive program, which we'll address more in more detail in a moment. And finally is the Edmonton Downtown Academic and Cultural Center, also known as the Galleria. This project has been suspended by its proponent, the Edmonton Galleria Foundation, but it remains in the CRL plan. And as a reminder, in the medium scenario, this report projects there's a $42 million in CRL funds available. Next slide, please. So first, address the motion about the opportunities and implications of using the downtown CRL for residential development incentives. First, for the basic question of whether or not a residential development incentive could be funded by the CRL, the answer is yes. The CRL plan includes a downtown incentive program, which can be flexibly designed to meet market needs and council priorities. This could include a residential development incentive. We know that growing the residential population is a critical component of a thriving downtown, and it's a prominent goal of the downtown plan and the downtown vibrancy strategy. And an incentive grant can be a tool that incentivizes residential development, as we've seen with the 2021 construction grant program. There are several considerations, though, when putting together a program like this. Choices could include, is there an emphasis on new builds, conversion of existing buildings, or both? Are there other outcomes like environmental performance or family-sized units or student housing that the city wants to incentivize? Or is it primarily about getting shovels in the ground as soon as possible to activate private capital and create jobs? These choices dictate how a program is designed and what the financial impacts would be. A second consideration, as noted previously, is that a CRL-funded program would be limited to the downtown CRL boundary, which is not the same as the downtown neighborhood. The CRL includes only about half of the downtown neighborhood, as well as small portions of Central McDougall and the Macaulay neighborhoods. If the intention was to incentivize development throughout all of downtown, or even the center city node, an alternate funding source would be required for projects not located within the CRL boundary. And a third consideration is the financial impact on the CRL. And at this stage, without knowing the design of the program, it's not really possible to estimate the impact on the CRL. If grant amounts are relatively modest or are structured as a rebate of property taxes and the program genuinely accelerates development, we'd expect that to be a net positive for the CRL revenues. On the other hand, a program structured maybe like Calgary's office conversion incentive, which offers a more generous grant for conversion of office buildings to residential, would likely be net negative for the CRL, since in those cases there's less tax uplift coming from conversions. However it's structured, an incentive grant program would require new budget approval and would be an operating expense that could not be funded by borrowing. To proceed with a residential incentive grant program, administration would need a motion from council, and program goals would need to be outlined. We would undertake market analysis and stakeholder engagement and propose a grant program and budget for council consideration. Next slide, please. And I'll speak briefly about the motion regarding options for downtown CRL projects in report 01132. First is public washrooms. Public washrooms can be funded by the CRL within the context of CRL-eligible park and public realm projects. And administration is including public washrooms in the scope of the Warehouse Park and Beaver Hills House Park projects. And we will consider whether public washrooms are appropriate to the scope of other projects as they emerge. The CRL could not be used to fund public washrooms in other contexts, like within other city facilities or private buildings. And also the CRL could not fund operational expenses associated with public washrooms. Second, regarding affordable or mixed market housing, affordable housing itself is not included in the downtown CRL plan as a catalyst project. So CRL funds could not be spent directly on affordable housing. However, administration has identified two ways that the CRL could support affordable housing indirectly. First is to fund infrastructure improvements that could be required as part of affordable housing development. Specifically, this could include sidewalk, roadway, or laneway infrastructure, and potentially drainage infrastructure, depending on the location and nature of the work required. We've taken this approach in one instance in the quarters, where the CRL funded sidewalk and laneway reconstruction costs associated with a non-market housing development. The infrastructure support option could potentially be funded within existing budgets, depending on the scale of improvements required, and we'd evaluate that on a case-by-case basis. A second option would be to use the downtown incentive program discussed earlier with a focus on providing affordable or mixed market housing. Either of these options would require a third party to take the initiative to acquire a site within the CRL area and design and develop the affordable housing facility. And like with public washrooms, the CRL could not be used to fund any ongoing operational expenses associated with the housing development. And final slide. And thank you. We would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. We do have one member of public to speak on this item. If you don't mind just stepping back, and we'll come back to you after we are done with listening from Adam Shamchuk. Adam, here you are. If you please step up here, grab a chair in the front there. And just to walk you through the process, you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. And after, if you keep your eyes on those, not all the time, but keep your, glance on those three lights. Green will start your time. Yellow means you have 1 minute remaining. And red light means that your 5 minutes are up. And after your presentation, committee and council members may have questions to you. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Executive Committee, for having me today. I'm going to talk a little quickly because I've got a lot of content to deal with. I have two main subjects I want to speak to with respect to community revitalization in downtown and core Edmonton. One relates to land use and one relates to incentives. May I please have the next slide and then the next slide after that as well. So I'd like you to imagine a thriving and vibrant central district. Row after row of storefronts are occupied by cafes, restaurants, independent retailers, craftspeople, hair salons, art galleries, and daycares. It spills out onto a beautifully designed and maintained street full of individuals, families, visitors walking, biking, and shopping. It's a dynamic scene indicative of a healthy community with a thriving economy. Next slide, please. Here's some pictures of what that looks like in practice in Edmonton. Next slide, please. So to help realize this vision of a bustling metropolis, past councils have passed bylaws and plans that call for ground floor commercial uses throughout the core. While an admirable goal, this requirement of development has had negative and unintended consequences for the community. Next slide, please. So the uncomfortable reality is that we have an overabundance of retail square footage in the city of Edmonton. There's an ongoing global disruption in commercial real estate that's dramatically accelerated in the last 3 years, contributing to vacancies across the Western world and North America. Compounding the challenge associated with this is the fact that real estate is sticky. It responds slowly to changes in the marketplace due to the cost and time involved with redevelopment. The market cannot immediately respond to those imbalances in the market and will resist short-term attempts to devalue their assets with lower rates and rent. The market imbalance persists and is made worse because specific bylaws and plans demand ever more ground floor commercial square footage. Next slide, please. So this is Fox Tower. It was completed in 2015. Persistent, ongoing vacancy, ground floor. Next slide, please. The Hat, Quarters, 95th Street, 102nd Ave, completed in 2020, pardon me. Persistent vacancies. Next slide, please. This is a new apartment that was attached to an office conversion. Again, completed in 2020. Persistent ongoing vacancies, not the vibrant scene we imagined described earlier. Next slide, please. So if Edmonton continues to require ground floor commercial in the core, despite persistent vacancies, there's going to be resulting impacts of vibrancy. When you have vacant storefronts and vacant blocks, you diminish the vibrancy potential of the community. Further, this type of requirement actually incentivizes large-scale development and discourages small and medium-sized development because smaller developers can't afford to cash flow an entire ground floor of vacancy. Large developers might hold their nose and accept a ground floor vacancy if it means they can build a tower because they can have enough units to make that work for their business model. So if we want to have smaller scale development or mid-sized development, we might want to revisit this requirement. Further, it stifles the creative and adaptive reuse of existing building stock, and it in fact serves as a disincentive for the development of new housing. I've heard of at least a handful of projects in the last several years, some of which made it through a public hearing and others which didn't, that were discouraged from proceeding because of the requirement for ground floor commercial, which made it a difficult model to cash flow. So, next slide, please. The links I want council to think of when they're thinking of commercial revitalization or community revitalization in the core is that we have a vacancy problem because of an imbalance in the marketplace, and that imbalance is made worse because we're requiring more and more commercial space. This leads to a vibrancy problem, and our bylaws are contributing to a vibrancy problem, which I don't think is what the intent of the original plan was, to require ground floor commercial. Next slide, please. So my recommendations here are to amend the core plans and bylaws, including the basic zoning bylaw and the direct control, that apply to the core and downtown, to remove any requirements for ground floor commercial uses. You could consider retaining the form of ground floor commercial spaces, so in the future they may be adapted to commercial space again, but it would probably be better to have ground floor commercial that is residential, if nothing else, at least to have some vibrancy and activity on the storefronts. I'm going to move ahead more quickly. I want to talk a bit about, can I jump ahead 4 or 5 slides, please? I want to talk about development incentives. So there's a limit to how much development can occur in a city. At any time, there's a certain number of buyers or tenants on the market. And when you incentivize development, you're not actually attracting new people to the city. You're just moving where that development occurs. And that's fine. But you should just be aware that it's a zero-sum game in terms of attracting new growth for residential development. What you're doing is moving where that occurs, where the supply meets the demand. If you move ahead a couple slides, please. Thank you. I would just like you to contemplate any future grants related to development incentive to have a demonstrated cause and effect relationship, to use sensitivity analysis to determine if they're actually affecting the investment bottom line, and to frequently audit and apply tight scrutiny to these projects. I'm out of time. Apologies.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us and being here with us today. And we'll have questions to you from committee and council members. Let me see the screen here. All right, Council Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for being with us today. I know the end of your presentation was a little rushed. I just want to give you an opportunity to wrap up any of those thoughts, particularly around the incentive piece.
Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate that. Yes, so there's no net new growth from residential incentives. That's the key message I want to drive home. It shifts growth from one area to another. And when there's multiple incentives within a geographic area, say for example you have 2 or 3 CRLs within a few kilometers of each other, you're competing with yourself for that for that residential growth, because you're not adding new units by incentivizing that growth. You're just trying to concentrate it in those CRL areas. So just be really mindful of every new variable in terms of an incentive that you bring into the market or a requirement that you bring into the market limits the market efficiency to respond. And I'm not talking about affordable housing or below market housing. I'm really talking about market rate housing. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, and maybe just one of the questions that I had as you were walking through your presentation, you know, have we seen a reduction in the rents demanded for, you know, per square foot of commercial area because of that oversupply, or is that, to your point, around sticky prices?
Yeah, prices tend to be as sticky as, you know, the developer can demand, and for the really big developers, they can sustain that for quite some time. The impact of lowering your market rent for commercial space means you're in practice devaluing your asset, which can really have broader implications to the business because that asset might be mortgaged to finance other projects on an ongoing basis. So it's an unfortunate fact, but a lot of landlords would prefer to have their space remain vacant rather than to set a new lower limit for the value of their building by reducing their rental rates. In terms of whether or not rates have been reduced overall, I don't have the confidence to speak with that at this moment. Sorry.
No, that's helpful. And then maybe just on the comments you made related to sort of adaptive opportunities for adaptive reuse if the form is maintained. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah,
what that
thank
could look like?
So what I was trying to get at was I really appreciate the original goal and intent of the plans and bylaws that said it would be great to have a bustling commercial storefronts all along all the streets in downtown. The reality is that the market's not there for that. We have an overabundance of commercial real estate. And so to better activate those spaces, what you could do is provide flexibility on the use, but retain the commercial form, which is built to a higher standard in terms of code and systems. They often have higher ceilings, which accommodate commercial use downstream. So if you maintain that form, what you'd be doing is you'd be preserving the opportunity for those spaces to become commercial in the future, should the market demand eventually move to where it's required. A landlord would most often prefer to have that space be commercial because there's better revenue that comes out of commercial in comparison to residential tenancy. But in the interim, it would be preferable to have those spaces at least occupied with the residential use. So the bylaw as it's written now, it requires both a form and a use. And what I'm suggesting council might want to consider is maybe just requiring the form and providing greater degree of flexibility on the use.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So just to follow up on that, to be clear, so the bylaw as currently does not allow any other uses other than commercial on the ground floor?
They vary across the quarters in downtown depending on which zone, whether it's direct control, whether you're in the capital city plan. There are several requirements within the bylaw and the plans that really make it difficult for a development officer to approve anything but ground floor commercial. There's a limit to the overall percentage that can be made residential, but even then, if it's up to 50%, that still leaves you with a 50% unoccupied ground floor space. So it's not a one-size-fits-all answer to your question. It depends on which zone and site you're looking at, but there's a number of different regulations which really lock in place the requirement for commercial space and make it difficult for administration to vary it from application to application.
I see. And have you had any conversations with some of the developers downtown or UDI and others about? I think you're making a very good point about the vacancy and those ground floors not being utilized, and we noticed that too walking around downtown, and now with the pandemic impact on retail and less people downtown, right? So, what is the thinking among the conversation that you had with some of the people in the development sector?
So I'm here speaking as an individual today.
Yeah.
I'm involved with UDI and NAOP, but I'm not here speaking on their behalf.
Yes, absolutely.
Through the course of my conversations and my work as a planner, both with the city and past career as now private individual consulting, I have heard this concern from a number of developers.
Okay.
I've had people reach out to me talking about projects from 4 or 5 years ago that this has been issues. I've seen it up front and close and personal on projects I'm working on right now.
And if I understood you correctly, because of that bylaw restrictions, it's becoming more difficult, kind of a small, mid-sized developers or somebody who wants to maybe build a missing middle and not go high-rise?
That's right. So if they're required to put a certain amount of minimum commercial in their project, and they know there's not going to be a tenant for that commercial space, it would make it really difficult for them to find a profitable cash flow that would justify them proceeding with their development.
Okay.
I'm aware of a couple of projects like that.
Oh, I see, okay. And the last question, just want to get, again, very clear understanding from your experience. We did create an incentive program for downtown, and it spurred a number of projects in the downtown, and some are underway, some will be underway, hopefully, right? And but the way the program is designed, that the future revenue from those will pay off some of the grant funding, but that's aside from the point. I just want to get if you could elaborate a little bit more, that incentive program, if we didn't have that incentive program, we would see the growth? Like, I just want to
Yeah, I'm familiar with the incentive programs you're referring to, and I think what I'm trying to say is that that growth likely would have happened.
Would have happened?
It maybe not that year, but maybe
Okay.
in the next 18 months, 36 months, the demand for the real estate is there. They're not going to build it just because they get an incentive. They need to sell and lease that space.
Right.
And that speaks to the fact that the demand is there. I think what administration and council are attempting to do with that grant was to provide confidence in a scenario where there wasn't a lot of confidence in the market, and maybe to see if you couldn't motivate construction to happen within, say, this calendar year versus downstream a couple of years down the line. At the end of the day, if there's demand for the product, they'll build it, and if there's not, they won't. Incentives help to concentrate where that growth occurs.
So the focus on downtown and revitalization, vibrancy downtown, is there value in creating that confidence?
I think if you want to focus development efforts downtown, that's okay. What I'm trying to raise is that there's multiple CRLs, and that when you're trying to incentivize growth in multiple locations, you compete with yourself and maybe diminish the effects.
I think that's a good point, right? So, but if we have a focus on downtown or quarters, right, or Belvedere, if we want to create more vibrancy, create more development there, then incentives do incentivize that, or
I think you could do a thorough financial analysis using a sensitivity analysis technique. The grant program that motivated construction relied on, basically self-reporting by the developers to say, yeah, I think this helped move the needle. There wasn't really a pro forma analysis by an independent third party to verify to what extent those grants triggered go, no-go decision. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's a good point, and something to follow up on. Thank you so much. And Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation, being here today. Just wanted to follow up. It's really, you articulate so well why we don't see a decrease in the rental rates for commercial spaces. And I guess I still just find it so hard to wrap my head around that the actual revenue doesn't seem to matter as much as the projected, right? Like if you say you can get X per square foot and you don't, like, it's just funny that it seems like you can still go to the bank with the X per square foot. Can you talk me through that?
Yeah, I'll talk you through it as best I can with the proviso that I'm not an expert on real estate financing. I'm just somewhat familiar with it. So my understanding is that when you go and approach a conventional lender like a bank or some kind of private capital, what they look for is proof that your space is worth what you say it is. And so that can come in the form of an offer to lease. Doesn't have to mean that offer to lease is executed on or realized, but what's important is that you demonstrate that your space has credible potential to obtain those rates within the marketplace. And so long as you don't accept something lower, you're not actually providing proof that there's that deficit in the space. So it's kind of the magic of repositioning assets that goes into finance, where you can take something and make changes, make improvements to the space, and charge out a higher rent, and therefore increase the value of the property, because the value of the property is a function of its revenue or revenue potential.
But yeah, and it's just strange to me that it's always revenue potential, not actual revenue. That's what
It's a bit of a game, Councillor.
And so, but I think that really speaks to the extremely limited ways that we can intervene in that, right? And so your suggestion around allowing it for other uses makes a lot of sense. I think one thing I want to explore a bit more, you talked about really focusing on the use rather than the form, but it seems like the form also needs to adapt, right? Like, I think that we need to have, if there's going to be interim residential uses, I think that street frontage design piece is actually really critical as well for success. We don't just want, what are effectively storefronts with curtains in front of them, which I think is what we see a little bit of in some areas of the city. So so then I guess the trade-off is, how much design do we ask them to do for what could potentially be an interim use? Like, what's the balance there in terms of not being overly onerous, but also achieving the vibrancy objectives in the short term?
That's a really fair question. And when I was trying to suggest that you attempt to retain the form, what I was really focusing on was sort of the height and depth of the space and the systems within it to accommodate future commercial. I do agree that a commercial storefront is generally not the best sort of design for our residents. I could give an entire other presentation on my concerns with how we treat windows in our core and the amount of coverage that goes over top of them. So I'd say, if you're pursuing that, I think you should be mindful of some of those finer details that would be challenging to contributing to vibrancy. As you mentioned, curtains covering all the windows doesn't help. What you want to have is a view in and out, provide eyes on the street, and contribute to that vibrancy by basically making those little pictures into people's homes, which would be really charming. I think one of the areas you might want to look is just enforcing your existing standards when it comes to opening and glazing, and see if you can't move the needle that way.
Yeah. Well, and just, do you think that there's any harm? Because the other approach would just be to accept that there will be ground floor residential long-term. And I wonder if there is a significant risk in us just saying that as well. Given that there's already an oversupply in many ways, and that if there was a market there, they would provide the commercial. So rather than making it a requirement, just saying no, it can be residential forever if that's what works for you. Do you see any risks in doing that?
I haven't thought deeply enough to say with certainty. On a preliminary basis, I'd say it's better to have the spaces occupied than vacant.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I think the mayor actually asked very well just around, again, incentives. It's maybe development that would have happened, but maybe not right then or in that time period. So it's really looking at, it's really influencing timing rather than volume potentially. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I think you might have some influence in terms of pushing the time, within months.
Yeah, and then I think also, potentially getting other pieces. So mixed market housing, for example, that could only be achieved. Oh yeah, there are other tools, but that is a primary tool that we could achieve that kind of outcome.
Yeah, and my focus is really on retail or market rate.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and that concludes the questions from council members to you, and you can step back and welcome to stay for the rest of the conversation. Yeah. And we'll go back to administration. All right, questions, colleagues? Okay. All right, we'll start with Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So just wondering from administration's perspective, I feel like you have a fairly good pulse on where industry's at, some of the concerns or flags that they have raised. Is this something that we've been hearing about? Is this a common concern?
Councillor Salvador, are you talking about an incentive program?
No, specifically sort of the oversupply of commercial or retail at ground floor and the vacancies associated with that.
I think we know that, as the mayor alluded to, like we can use our eyes and witness that there are storefronts downtown that aren't being filled. Yeah, I don't know.
It's not the top concern we hear from industry, though. We hear a lot more actually about the need for more residential in our downtown and more residential in our nodes and corridors. And we also hear from industry about how successful the previous downtown construction grant program was, and a desire for a similar program to be launched again.
Yeah, and then just thinking back, so initially when we were contemplating having a requirement for ground floor commercial in the core, can you just walk me through why does that exist right now?
I think for this question, we'll hand it over to Kim Petrin, who should be joining us virtually.
Hi, Councillor Salvador. The downtown plan, as well as the quarters area redevelopment plan, identify main streets and commercial streets within the plan area, and the subsequent zones for each of those areas reflect the requirement for commercial or not. So just as an example, the core commercial zone in the downtown requires commercial on 50% of the street, where others are more specific about which streets require main floor commercial.
And Councillor Salvador, just to add, the reason for that is to really create vibrancy in the downtown, and that's a really important part of vibrancy in our downtown, and that's why we continue to have it and we continue to recommend it. We also have a focus. We have a new grant program that we've rolled out. We can provide some more details on that if Mr. Gervin or Tom is willing to come up and explain a bit more about that.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, morning. Thanks, Councillor. We do have a grant program that's designed to incent and attract retail businesses to downtown and de-risk that investment. So this is a program in collaboration with the EDBA and is using a portion of the funding that we received from the government of Alberta. So it'll be, that work is active. We'll see a launch in Q3, so late summer, early fall. And the design is to add a diverse mix of businesses downtown and allow for pop-up temporary type activations that will allow them to test the concept and also see if there's a viability for the business in the long term. It'll also de-risk the landlord's piece in terms of providing retail space at a rate for a longer term. That isn't always an option for landlords. So we're excited about the project, and we think it's going to be a good step to reducing the vacancy.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Thank you so much for sharing that, and it does sound like an exciting step that we can take to help address this. Yeah, and then maybe just one final question. Obviously, we're going through zoning bylaw renewal right now, huge body of work. I know the speaker was suggesting potential, I guess, more immediate changes to that. How would that interact with some of the work we're doing right now with zoning bylaw renewal?
Go ahead, Kim.
Councillor Salvador, the downtown zones as well as the zones within the quarters are out of scope of the zoning bylaw renewal. So that would have to be something we look at from a post-renewal project.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, I guess my question was, if there was more residential usage, then wouldn't that sort of precipitate the need to have those other services, unique shops and that on the ground level?
Yeah, so a key focus in terms of our vibrancy work is growing that residential population. So we're excited about what's coming online with the incentive construction grant and what we'll see once those units are completed. But we're taking a myriad of approaches in terms of growing that residential population, improving public spaces, enhancing activities and other opportunities for people to see themselves living downtown in a more tangible way. So growing that residential population will drive the demand for a mix of businesses and really is a key to long-term success from a vibrancy perspective.
So maybe give those grants a chance before getting rid of all that commercial space right now?
Yeah, I think the commercial space is an important part of the future downtown, and we've got other opportunities to grow the residential population before exploring that. But I stress that that's an option and would need some further investigation.
Okay. And if we're looking at office conversions or something possibly to rental, maybe then there would be more need for some of that commercial that's in those office buildings right now. What's left?
Yeah, potentially. So I think our message here today is that we would stay the course in terms of having the incentive programs that we have, really focusing on getting more people living downtown. That's our overall goal, to be able to support the retail. And then in the long run, continue to keep our eye on this because retail is changing and the nature of retail is changing. And I'd say local experiences like the ones that could be curated in our downtown are so incredibly important for our city.
Okay, thank you. And then just getting back to the projections for the CRL revenue. When we talked about the subclass or removing the subclass, how come it wasn't flagged that there would be a reduction to the CRL revenue? Because I think that's something that I might have taken into account when I made my decision on that.
I would need to double check that wasn't flagged. Can you give us a minute to take a look at that?
Okay. I've scanned through the reports again, but if you could just double check on that, that would be great. Thank you very much. And then I'm also wondering about change in prioritization of the CRL, sort of what's lined up for it. How do we reprioritize something? Does that need a motion then?
We would need a motion from council, yes.
Okay, so, because when I think in our, 7.4, when we're talking about the housing, that I'd like to see maybe some of that, the drainage services, as boring as that is. It's not something flashy in that, but I'd like to maybe see that as a way to incentivize or to encourage the ability to provide affordable housing. Even though I know the CRL can't directly do affordable housing, at least if we can provide that or resolve that barrier for affordable housing. So that would need a motion. Okay, and my other question is, and why is it only drainage that's allowed in the CRL? Why not other utilities?
It basically comes back to what is listed in the CRL plan as projects that the CRL funding can go towards, and drainage is one of the ones that's specifically mentioned in there, and there isn't a mention of water or power or anything like that.
Okay, okay, but that was just the way the CRL was written up. There's nothing in the MGA that says it can only be drainage? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
It was the way the plan was developed.
Okay, okay, and we don't want to be changing that right now.
Okay. Well, no, we'd have to go through a formal process if we wanted to change the plan.
Okay, and that could restrict some things. Okay, that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I want to start with Belvedere. Really concerned about not living up to the expectations. Like, it was created in 2012. Here we are in 2023. What can we do? What are other things that we can do? It's so close to the LRT station. It's so, ties into the city plan and everything else. But what are the things we can do to remove some of these barriers? What additional things we can do?
Yeah, really good question, Mayor Sohi. I think similar to the quarters, that we would recommend looking at things that are actually outside of the CRL in terms of a mechanism. So wouldn't recommend changing our plan or different incentives in Belvedere, but instead looking at things outside that we could look at how could we improve development in the area. Things like working with the landowners to find out what are their barriers to development and seeing if there's other things the city can work on. Sometimes it's looking at zoning. We found in the quarters that there are some things that we can be doing. So we'll be doing that outside of the quarters.
So what is required for that kind of work to take place, both for Belvedere and for quarters?
That's something the administration is already doing.
You have started
Absolutely.
doing that, okay.
Yes.
And can you also look into the possibility of tapping into the federal program that was announced last week, or more details were announced last week about the Housing Accelerator Fund, right? There are different components of that fund, right? Are there tools within that we can leverage for further, like to unlock some of this?
Absolutely. We are exploring that as one of the mechanisms as well, with the intent that fund becomes live in June. So we've got some time to work out what the City of Edmonton's proposal would look like, what the fund can be used for. It's early days now that we're still learning in terms of what we can use it for, but that time frame is June, and absolutely we've got a plan in place inside administration right now to look at what are all of the opportunities for the City of Edmonton for that fund.
Okay. So when can you give us an update on everything, your conversation with developers, other areas that things you're looking at? Because I think we need to have more of a hands-on approach on quarters and on the Belvedere. We need to, what I'm getting to, Stephanie, right? As I would like to have more kind of hands-on approach to more involvement of council in those two areas to really unlock that potential. Because otherwise, okay. Any comments?
Absolutely. So with all the work we've got going on, it seems reasonable we can give you an update in 6 months to tell you that narrative of all the things we're working on
Okay.
in each of these areas.
And you can bring that on your own. You don't need
Absolutely.
a direction from committee or anything, right? Okay, good. That's good to know, because I'm really concerned about both of those areas. On the incentives, the 3,800 additional residential units in the downtown CRL, how many of them were because of the incentives, and how many, like, were they all related to the incentive program that we created, or these are on top, are there in addition to what incentives have created? Maybe I need to ask my question, because my question wasn't clear to me either.
No, that's okay. You're referencing the 2021 construction incentive grant?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had 2,300 units in Center City.
23, is that in addition to 3,800, or 3,800 includes that 2,300?
That's okay. It's the residential units from the 2021 incentive grant.
Yeah, are they included in 3,800 units that are identified in the report, or
so there's some overlap. The 2021 construction grant, I think 4 of the 10 projects are in the CRL area, and 6 of the 10 are more in the Oliver area. So I'd have to look at what the numbers are, what the breakdown is, but
okay. So the incentive program that was created in 2021 is not just within CRL; it includes Oliver and other areas. Right?
It was around like the Center City node, so
I
downtown
see.
Oliver
Okay.
and
My mistake. I thought it was within the CRL only.
No.
Right? Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Mayor, if I could give it just a little bit of context on that, I'm not going to use that expression. We used a wider area for the downtown incentive program, downtown construction incentive program, because of the times that we were in during COVID. We wanted to make sure that we were keeping people working, that we were able to create more residential units in the center city. So it was not focused on the downtown CRL. It was focused on a much wider area within the downtown.
Okay, got it. I have more questions, but I'll come back. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much for the 2 reports. Certainly have lots of questions around downtown specifically, but I wanted to just step back just for the overall implications of the CRLs in the Quarter and Belvedere. So from the report, I'm understanding there'll be about a $35 million shortfall in those 2 funds at the end of their CRL lifespan. Can you talk me through how that rolls over into tax levy? Like, I'm just, again, is that like a 2.5% property tax increase that year, or how do we manage that shortfall?
So when you have a shortfall in the CRL, at the end of the CRL, what would typically happen is that revenue you would continue to collect and use to pay for this. So it delays when it goes into the tax levy. So it doesn't, at the end of a CRL, all of that revenue moves from CRL revenue to general tax revenue. So it just delays that.
Okay. So there's no debt that has to be repaid in that year that the CRL ends.
Well, the debt would be aligned to the CRL. So if we haven't funded enough, we may have borrowed from tax levy. We'd still have to pay that back, but there isn't it just means that what you had earmarked still has to go to pay the things until they're paid off before it comes into general revenue.
Okay, great.
But there's not like a settle up process, and I'll maybe just look to Ingrid Johnson if I missed anything there.
No, that's correct, Stacy.
Okay.
That's correct, what you've said.
That's really helpful. And so it's more, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that clarification. So then looking to the downtown, so, I have a lot of interest in a development incentive for the downtown. Again, just recognizing the need to bring more vibrancy and residential development here. I know we've spoken a bit about, incentives can help with the timing of things, but I think there's also an opportunity for incentives to incent things that wouldn't happen through the market alone. For example, mixed market housing. Is that a fair assessment?
Absolutely, and I would say that's the type of space that government should be in.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, just maybe from administration's perspective, you know, there are a number of priorities in our downtown. So again, sort of inclusive, so mixed market housing, you know, also encouraging family housing, for example, so 3-bedroom units, environmental standards. Are those sort of all potentials when we're looking at an incentive program, or does it start to get a bit too complex? Yeah, I'm seeing nodding heads, but.
Yeah, absolutely, yes, if that was the desire. And I think it all is just a matter of timing. So if we want, you know, if we have more time to design an incentive program, then it also gives developers the time for their designs to be able to reflect that potential incentive program.
Yeah, and where do you think we're at in terms of, so I know the 2021 incentive program, you know, that was really like, let's get the engines burning. This is immediate, this is fast, we need it to happen now. I know, you know, I know that getting residential development downtown is really important, but how, like, again, if we're weighing sort of like a really comprehensive, you know, multi-factored incentive program versus like something that's quick and fast to get out the door, where's that balance?
Councillor Stevenson, I don't think we're in a place to be able to comment on that today because we'd need to do some engagement as well. We've got a number of really critical big projects happening in our downtown, such as the Warehouse Park, and so we'd want to think about the projects that are underway, the remaining time in the CRL, and then be able to give, if that was the will of council, to give you some recommendations on timing, and then knowing the timing, what we could include and not include in that incentive program.
Okay, great, that's excellent. So we can provide general direction for administration to sort of look into an incentive program, and then that information in terms of timing, the form, and then, you know, the elements that might be included could come back to us. Okay, great. I have a few more questions just around the prioritization event. Maybe just really quickly, have we confirmed with EPCOR that the drainage servicing is still required? I had understood that they'd redone some of their modeling and that some of the downtown infrastructure was no longer required.
I haven't had those conversations recently. Sorry?
That's
yeah,
okay. You know, I can come back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much for this, the report and the presentation. I had a bit of a similar kind of line thinking as Mr. Mayor earlier around the quarters and Belvedere. So just to follow up on what you mentioned and what's, you know, written in the report, that there's these other actions outside of the direct CRL that's happening, and you know, you provided progress on a number of projects that's going on. So I guess with quarters, those actions are yielding very tangible progress, would you say?
Yes, we would say they are.
Okay.
But we need to remain committed. So to Mr. Mayor's questions about that, we want to just show and let you know that we remain committed to continuing to see action in both of those CRL areas.
Yeah, and I guess with the Belvedere, I saw it noted that all those projects are done, but the zoning that happened in 2020, did you see that making a tangible impact on pace of development?
So there are, and I don't know the details, I know there are a couple of the city-owned parcels of land that are in the process of being sold to other parties.
Two sites are pending.
2 sites are pending.
That's
great.
great.
So the rezoning that we did in Belvedere once already, it didn't encourage some interest, but we do know that uptake is still lagging. So it's really, we're looking at a location issue, and that's why it's important for us to be looking at multiple factors. These things are long-term, they're complex, and as the market and environment changes, we also need to adapt. We want the best growth and development to happen, and that's why it's important for us to be continuously looking at the financials as well as different activities to make sure that we are progressing in the way that we need to as a city.
Yeah. I don't know, Bart, if you have anything else to add.
I can add just a couple more points on that. So just for additional background, when we did the rezoning previously, the whole intent was to try to make it a little bit more flexible for a buyer to come in to see if that would actually entice more development in this area. There's still a lot of density requirements within this specific location, and as we heard from Adam's comments, there is a challenge for the developers to step in when there's both the commercial and the residential components and the density on top of that to invest in this location, because people are looking at what is available across the market within the city. And so where can I situate? Where can I get a solid return on my investment? We are also working, though, with the brokerage that we've enlisted, which is Avison Young, to see how else we can leverage their expertise within both this area, but as well as the quarters, to see maybe they can provide us additional information around potential changes to zoning or any of those factors that the development community is looking for. So that's, hopefully that helps.
Yeah, I appreciate that context with more detail. Yeah, I think overall, just interested to know that we're, obviously there's a lot of interest here, and just wanting to know that there's consistent push on that front to keep that stimulation, I guess, ongoing. Sorry, just quickly on my last minute. I don't have a ton of questions. I think my colleagues covered it all. I just had a few lingering ones. I was wondering if you can just recap for me a little bit on this downtown incentive program. There's a whole bunch of incentive programs that we just talked about. What would this one do that the others don't? And what, if you can just recap that for me.
Are you suggesting about perhaps some of the questions we've been asked about a future incentive program?
Yeah.
We don't know at this point.
Okay, I see.
So we do know that we absolutely need more residential in our downtown, and so it would, if we were motioned to look at that, we would suggest that it's based on residential, and that we would need to do the work.
And that is a gap because we currently don't have anything that really looks at stimulating residential development.
Not at this point, besides the CRL itself.
Yeah. And then just for some of those unfunded projects, if not funding out, I think I saw a comment about coming back for SOBA. Is that right? If that's the direction of, if that's the will of the council, I mean.
We'd say we would need some direction, is what we're saying today, in terms of if there's things that the committee wants us to prioritize above other projects, and then we'd come back, and we'd actually come back to committee most likely to give you the analysis on that. And then we'd have to go through the budget process of all the approvals that are required for any type of program that we'd roll out.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton.
So I think this has been a good conversation in terms of sort of what we're trying to do and the mechanisms that are in place to maybe help us do it. But something that's become, I think, really clear, so this is becoming a bit of something I think I come back to quite a bit, which is that if there's a limited amount of growth sort of year over year in the city, we give it any number, 30 million, 35 million, 40 million, then it's really about how we sort of focus the potential of that growth in different areas around the city, correct? Am I understanding that correct?
At the highest level, yes, and I think the city plan and some of the technical analysis that was done does contemplate that we are looking for increased densification in our city to reach our financial goals and to reach our environmental goals, as two examples.
Yeah, and I think like the downtown, sort of those areas where there's already a lot of density are probably outlined in the city plan as areas where that growth is easiest to obtain. But I look at the CRLs and I think we've essentially allocated 3 high density growth areas or opportunities for growth concurrent to one another. And I'm wondering where Belvedere, remind me where in the city plan Belvedere falls in terms of those long-term growth projections.
It's one of the nodes. I can't recall off the top of my head if it's a priority node. I'd need somebody from Kent's team to be able to remind me of that.
That's all right. That's a deep question, going into some technicality. So if he has that, or if he needs to look that up, then I can come back to that.
But I sort of, as this conversation has evolved, I hear discussion about the CRL, I hear discussion about the different kinds of incentives, and I think I'm wondering how we focus that conversation to understand, sort of coming out of today's chat, how we better understand the mechanisms that are in place versus the mechanisms we'd like to use to achieve the outcomes that I think Council has identified as a priority.
So my recommendation for that is actually through the growth management framework and through the long-term vision of the city plan and the targets and metrics outlined in the city plan.
So that would look like the city plan identifies area Y as a potential for high growth. We have these mechanisms in place. In the next round of development incentive grants, thus, we think this would be well allocated to incent growth in this area.
That's a correct analysis, yes.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. So finally, one of the things that, and this might be a little bit touchy because I know everybody wants to see every part of the city grow to its full potential, but sometimes you talk to people in the private sector and they're like, well, that area it's going to be a really long time. We're talking 30 to 50 years before that area is able to really meet its full potential, which takes you essentially to the terminus of the city plan. And I'm wondering how you can help us navigate, I'm going to say, those exceptional expectations within the community for what a neighborhood could be against the very real market conditions.
I think that is the work of the city plan and our continued updates on that. It asks us the question, what choices do we have to make to become a prosperous city of 1 million people? And through the growth management framework, we're working through where do we need to strategize, where do we need to incent, and where do we need to nurture growth? And we're picking areas that we're suggesting within the city that should be priority areas. And I believe we've got an update coming to Urban Planning Committee in Q2 on the growth management framework and how we look at that overall.
Okay, so in that context, because we're looking at these planning documents, and this might be a tricky question. You don't have to answer this if it's too tricky, but is the CRL a significant consideration in our future growth? Should it be a significant consideration as part of our future growth management sort of planning?
That's a great question, and I'm comfortable saying at a high level today, absolutely, our downtown needs to be, and it is, a priority growth area within our city. It is the heart of our city. It is the way our city shows up. It's our reputation. And so a continued focus on getting more people living into the downtown needs to be a continued focus for this council, would be my recommendation. And then I would say for the other areas, we need to do the work and come back to you to understand that overall.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, just zooming back out. Obviously, Quarters and Belvedere anticipating some pretty significant shortfalls. So one of the questions that I had, knowing that downtown is expecting to experience a surplus, the report discussed reinvesting that surplus into downtown, but would it be possible to address the shortfall of one CRL with the surplus of another?
Yeah, that's not permitted under the provincial regulations for CRLs. So no, we can't.
Can we collapse 2 into 1?
Can we collapse 2 into 1?
Quarters and downtown.
Yeah.
We would need to work with the province and we would have to see if it was permissible. The regs don't speak to collapsing them, but we would have to definitely work with the province on what that would look like.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that answer, and I just share the concern that colleagues have expressed around those two in particular. Yeah, and then for the quarters, I know I've asked this previously, but would appreciate an updated answer if one exists. the projections that are presented for the quarters, what degree of confidence do we have that those planned projects will come to fruition within the lifetime of the CRL?
There is definitely some of the projects in that CRL that we have limited, less confidence is probably the right word, which is why we've got to focus on that CRL over the next 6 months in terms of bringing property owners together or landowners together and looking at what we can do in that area.
And is that reflected in the low scenario, or would that be closer to the sort of the stress test scenario?
Yeah, just the stress test scenario is the scenario where nothing gets built between here and out to the end of the CRL, which, as we said, we don't think is realistic, but that's what the stress test represents. The low scenario does represent future development happening, and we can't predict the future, but we try and give you sort of a range of what different futures take you down financially.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And still lingering on the quarters, I think there's an assumption that the highest and best use is towers in the quarters. And when I reflect on, I think in the original vision for the quarters, there was a lot more mid-rise. And I'm just wondering, does our current planning framework, zoning, et cetera, that's in place, is it supportive of mid-rise scale development as opposed to towers?
I know we've had some initial conversations about this as a leadership team, and Ms. Petra and Kim might be able to offer some insight on that.
Councillor Salvador, the challenge with the quarters is much of the zoning are direct controls. There's the area redevelopment plan, an urban design plan, a quarters overlay in the zoning bylaw in addition to the direct control. So there's a number of complexities that can provide limitations to development. Okay, and I know you mentioned that these areas are not part of the body of work for zoning bylaw renewal. I guess when could we have that conversation? Recognizing there's numerous layers, as you mentioned, Ms. Petrin, that we might have to take a bit of a more comprehensive look at. Is that the 6 months that you were referring to, Ms. McCabe, around
an initial conversation? Yeah. I'm not sure that we'll have it all solved at that point, but we'll have some initial actions, some suggestions for committee then.
Okay, excellent. And I know there's also a report that's going to be coming forward, I believe in June, related to some of the surface parking lots in the quarters as well. Can we expect similar recommendations or suggestions coming out of that, to opportunities to accelerate redevelopment in that particular area?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. I think that covers it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Just thinking back to yesterday's committee meeting on transit and creating vibrancy in that, are these incentive programs restricted to above ground, or could we have something, to, I guess, help make people feel safer coming into our transit centers and that? Would there be restrictions there?
It will depend on what was in the CRL. So what's approved in the CRL is the areas in which we couldn't use the CRL dollars, but.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the exact wording in there, but I think it talks about the incentive program within the downtown CRL really being about development and that sort of thing. So there's flexibility within that, but it would need to be within how it's described in the plan.
Okay, but creating a feeling of safety within the downtown, wouldn't that help to spur development?
I would say absolutely, that's a really important part of making sure that we can get development and investment dollars into our downtown, Councillor Wright. But the way that the CRL is set up, it's approved by the province, and what's outlined in it is what we can direct dollars to. And part of when the downtown CRL was set up, it was focused on incenting development to get more people downtown. Back to that original goal from the Downtown Public Places Plan is really to focus on more people downtown. So we would recommend that continued focus on projects like residential projects or infrastructure projects that help unlock development into the downtown. And as administration, we remain committed to making our downtown safe and vibrant, and we're working with Edmonton Police Services. We work with our own peace officers. We work with our transit colleagues, and our downtown director, Tom, is here today, and we work to integrate all of that work to continue to make sure that our downtown is a safe and vibrant place, and the CRL isn't the only mechanism in order to achieve that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What other mechanisms might be in place?
We have many other, I mean, it's not the report in front of you today, but I'll do my best to go off the top of my head. We've got increased enhanced cleaning in our downtown. We've got increased security in our pedways, as an example. We've got over $300 million in investment. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, we've got multiple projects in the works for the transit stations in particular to support vibrancy, whether it's art installations, different activations from a entertainment perspective, like a busker, working actively with my colleagues with transit safety on operationalizing those, and that'll be a continued focus through downtown vibrancy. So those, in terms of the work outside of the CRLs, that's absolutely within the scope of what we're doing from a vibrancy perspective, and encouraging increased ridership on the transit is a priority for sure, especially with the welcoming of the new line in the coming months.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, Councillor Hamilton?
This might be a bit of a tangent, but the model we use in Edmonton for, and I appreciate all of this work which has gone on, but in other municipalities, do they use a similar model, or do they, in terms of allocating funds within a business improvement area or business revitalization zone, do they use the same model we use, or do they use an enhanced model that allows the additional allocation of funds into a broader scope of work?
So when you say model, you mean Downtown Vibrancy Fund?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the best example is Calgary. Calgary's allocated resources to their downtown. A lot of the funding that they've provided is focused on redevelopment and especially targeting vacant office space. So I think we're taking a very proactive and progressive approach, and aggressive approach in terms of supporting our downtown from a variety of angles. Our focus on safety security is clear. Our CRLs support investment and other development, and our vibrancy fund specifically is encouraging some short-term vibrancy, but we're also really focused on long-term and sustainable activities that we can collaborate on with community partners to advance the strategy in a more aggressive timeline, and leverage that fund for private investments that'll help different areas of downtown that have opportunity.
And maybe I'm thinking of sort of what some other cities are doing, like Toronto, because Toronto has a density-based, I understand Toronto might have a density-based model that sort of allows them to do some of that work, but also it's sort of internally governed. Am I misunderstanding that?
In terms of basically like a reallocation of resources to support the downtown? Yeah, I'm not familiar with what Toronto and other major cities are doing.
Okay.
But I'd suggest that the model that we've created and the approach and the commitment from council over a 4-year term with the funding is a really strong signal about the importance of our downtown, and that's resonating with our community stakeholders. And we're on a path to create a substantial difference in a variety of ways, whether it be attracting more people to live, to visit, to work, to start a business downtown. The multifaceted approach is welcomed, and I believe is the appropriate one.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So I'll state the motion, then we can ask questions on the motion as well, right? And this is related to the incentive program, but also included in the Councillor Wright's questions around prioritization of drainage infrastructure. So I'll table this. And the first part is that options for a program of financial incentives funded by the Downtown Community Revitalization Levy to support new residential development in the downtown neighborhood, including options for payment structure, e.g. tax incentives or per door incentive, and funding options. And the second part, opportunities and potential uplift of prioritizing drainage infrastructure in the downtown community revitalization levy. And first part was developed by Councillor Stevenson in working with the administration, and second part is developed by Councillor Wright. So we'll table that. I'll not table. I'll make that motion, and we can ask questions on it as well as we ask questions on the other. So just to carry on the downtown and on the quarters and the downtown, when you report back 6 months from now and the work you're going to undertake, you're going to look at everything, right? Can you also kind of look at maybe collapsing quarters and downtown into one CRL? And a very preliminary kind of discussion?
Absolutely. We can have some preliminary analysis on that and some preliminary recommendations on if that was the will of committee to give us some direction coming out of that meeting.
Yeah, okay. We can have that conversation when you come back in 6 months from now. Affordable housing cannot be included in CRL projects. That's what I understand from the report. But if we do create an incentive program, then you can have, within that incentive program, encourage affordable housing in the CRL area, right? Am I right in understanding?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, but you don't recommend modifying the CRL because of there's other risk that some projects might be taken off the list by the province? Possibly?
There's just other risk. It's a timely, it takes time. It'll take quite a bit of time to modify the CRL. So I think if we do the analysis of this motion and we look at some preliminary analysis about collapsing, we can come back if we would recommend at that time any other modifications to the CRL.
Okay. And I understand under the projected revenue for downtown CRL, there is a surplus, right, projected?
In the medium scenario, based on the medium scenario of revenue and then the approved and committed costs, yes, there's...
And the low scenario is the stress tested scenario.
The low... There's a stress test below the low scenario. The low
I think if we fall into that situation, then we have many, many other problems to tackle, right? So I hope we don't get to that situation. I'm confident we will not get into that situation.
Us as well, Mr. Mayor, and that's why we have that continued focus on downtown to protect that 10% of the tax base is 1% for the land mass.
Yeah. Okay, but because of that medium scenario surplus, that can be used for incentives program? That's what I want to understand.
It could, and that's if we would do that analysis through this motion
as
here.
Part of this motion.
Absolutely.
Okay, right. On washrooms, public washrooms, you will add washrooms to the parks, but there's additional need for washrooms. So I just want to understand, you said you cannot add washrooms or cannot use CRL to fund public washrooms in private facilities or existing facilities, but can you build public washrooms, standalone public washrooms with CRL beyond the parks?
I don't think so. So the CRL, like the downtown CRL in particular, is quite specific on the list of projects.
Within CRL boundaries, I'm talking.
Yeah, and like we can look at like the downtown CRL will specifically say Warehouse Park is a project.
So it has to be within the project that is identified within the CRL.
That's
right.
correct.
That's right.
And Mr. Mayor, perhaps Tom could add, I know we're looking at public washrooms overall in our downtown. Tom.
Yeah, we've got two planned for downtown as part of the public washroom strategy. And with the Beaver Hills Park renewal and the Warehouse Park renewal, we feel like, we're going to be close to reaching the demand. But that's feedback we can take offline and analyze.
Okay. And we also allocated more funding for public washrooms to the budget process. Right.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, good. So, okay. Ori, those are the questions I had. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you putting that first motion on the floor. I think we'd had a bit of conversation too. So again, sort of those other pieces that we can incentivize that the market won't provide. I'm wondering if it would be maybe first to administration, recognizing that you need to do some analysis again in terms of completeness and quickness of an incentive program. If we were to be a bit more directive and say to support new mixed market residential development, so that would be sort of a given in looking at that. And then we could also consider some of those other pieces, the 3 bedrooms, environmental standards, but just to be really clear in that intent.
Yeah, we could do that. That would provide at least one parameter to anchor the other options around.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I don't think I can even suggest a friendly amendment, but just wanted to put that for your consideration. I think there was some back and forth around that, so the wording would just be to support new mixed market residential development, to make that intention clear.
More mixed market residential. Would that do you need that change in the motion, Stephanie, or you assume or you want to keep
we
it
don't
as
need
broad?
it. We don't need it, but if you'd like it in there, it's okay to put it in there as well.
So mixed market will also include affordable housing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe we can make that changes, Aaron. Okay. Any more questions, Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, just really briefly too, just on, so again, I for that second part of the motion, I'm assuming that part of that work would be confirming the need with EPCOR?
It would, yes.
Great. And would you also come back, so the question I had before this motion was just in terms of that prioritization, has administration reconfirmed that prioritization recently? Like, is this just what it was in the original plan, or is this like the recommended prioritization list?
Yeah, we absolutely take a look at that every year as part of budget. Sorry, I just wanted to confirm that before I said that, but yes.
Okay.
So that is still remains our recommended prioritization. We'll take a look at it one more time in light of this, if this motion passes. As part of that, the analysis of this motion would be looking at that overall prioritization as well.
Okay, because I just, my memory is that the 100th Street pedestrian bridge was actually a recommended service package in our budget, but whereas I don't think the Jasper Avenue New Vision delivery was.
For the 2023 to 26 budget, that's right. That has to do mostly with where those projects were in their process. The 2023 to 2026 budget includes funding to start design of that section of Jasper Avenue, and the delivery of that would be in a future budget cycle.
Okay, so I guess maybe I'm just confusing sort of prioritization with sequencing, and so maybe. Yeah.
There's 2 layers there, the prioritization and then the PDDM model.
Yeah. And so I guess what does that mean given that okay, you'll come back to discuss the prioritization, because I think what will be helpful in that clarity is just, yeah, again, the need of the drainage services, and then if we are moving forward the incentive program, to me that kind of automatically bumps it up, and then just maybe what the implications of that are.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, I will speak to this at the appropriate time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just had one question.
And can you speak close to the mic, please? Yeah.
Just trying to close the loop from the public speaker, because I don't see in this motion anything regarding sort of that form versus use, and I guess the question is that something that will be addressed in the zoning bylaw? Because I remember distinctly we had this conversation about an area that had the same problem just off White Avenue, with where in Councillor Janz's ward, and I think we changed that to allow residential because they were having the same vacancy problem. So I'm seeing this as a theme, and I just want to make sure we're exploring that, if not through this motion, is that work going to be captured with like the zoning bylaw renewal?
Yes and no. So the zones in the downtown CRL and the quarter CRL are out of scope at this point. But when you look at the zoning bylaw project overall, and Kim, perhaps you could chime in here, part of it is to create more flexibility in the types of zones for mixed use. Kim, could you add some more, please?
Yeah, Councillor Rutherford, we do have some other conventional zones proposed in our new zoning bylaw that allow for more opportunity from a mixed use perspective, and could be solely residential or a combination of residential and commercial. As it relates to downtown and the quarters, in terms of the complexities with those, though, those may have to be post-renewal zoning bylaw pieces of work.
Okay, because the reason I ask is because, well, I get the intent. I think that intent and thinking was pre-pandemic, and I honestly truly believe that getting people to live downtown is how we're going to see vibrancy downtown, as opposed to relying on the influx of people commuting and working downtown, and then, you know, the vibrancy through that and staying after work, right? So I really think it is a gap right now, and I don't know if it needs to be addressed in this motion as a consideration, so that it's not, I don't want to leave it till after zoning bylaw renewal and have that when I do agree right now it is a problem, and it's not just a problem in the downtown, but it's been raised in relation to this topic today.
I agree in that the idea that getting more people living downtown is one of the absolute main foci we need to have. Like, that's the thing we need to focus on the most. And so my recommendation would not be that the zoning is the barrier to that. My recommendation is looking at incentive programs would be one of the main ways to remove some of the barriers to getting more people working downtown. So I think we've got the prioritization right in terms of focus first on if there's another incentive program, complete the work on the zoning bylaw renewal, and then subsequent motions which will come out of the zoning bylaw renewal, which I know for sure could be to look at the downtown and quarter CRL as well.
But in the stopgap between, and I know my clock isn't running, so I have no idea how much time I've used, so I apologize. In the gap between that, what about development permits? What about public hearing? Like, what things need to be considered in terms of what we're hearing or that we can do? We have authority over to support and facilitate that residential from those perspectives.
I think that analysis comes forward in the public hearing reports that are going to downtown. If they're in those areas, like downtown, for example, where we want more people living downtown, you'll see that in the analysis of why administration would support that type of application. That would be one component of our analysis.
But are the applications already coming as mixed use with required commercial on the main floor? Do you see what I'm saying?
We would still, for the most part, we'd still recommend we would still recommend retail at the ground floor because of the type of activation that it creates in our downtown. We will look at those in terms of an individual application. If there's a developer who is looking to change that.
But shouldn't it be like daycares where we do supply and demand? Like let the market control that more? Right, because we're saying we have a surplus supply of commercial places, so we're not seeing that vibrancy. So would we want it to be more market-driven?
So a lot of these questions are having to do with downtown vibrancy as a whole, and so what I'm seeing here today is that it seems like there's a will from committee to have an update on downtown vibrancy and what the actions that we're taking, how we prioritize those actions. I'm not in a place to be able to answer those more detailed and nuanced questions here today, nor is the team.
I don't want to lose that thought.
We're not going to lose the thought, yeah.
Okay, then I'm happy with this motion as it is, and the incentives I think is a great addition, absolutely. And yeah, just want to make sure we're having that bigger conversation of the paradigms that created that original concept versus where we are now. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I think it's a good idea to maybe, again, have that dialogue around work being done on the downtown vibrancy, maybe in a public forum. I don't know what would be required in order to do that. Something to think about, right? Bring something to a committee or council, because there's a lot going on, $300 million being invested, and a lot is not actually understood. It would be a good idea to have that conversation somehow. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, did you get a chance to look into with the subclass reports?
Yeah, so I
Whether-
can take that question. And Kate Watt is here to support too. So one thing I just want to be clear is when we say that revenue, that the transitioning to a single residential tax rate reduces revenue in the CRL, it reduces it in the CRL, but it doesn't reduce the city's overall revenue. It's a redistribution. So remember that change is done on a revenue neutral basis because of the way that we budget.
So then if it's earned then from outside the CRL area, that doesn't go back to repaying the CRL debt?
That's correct. There's less money in the CRL revenue, but there is a shift and we're collecting greater amounts outside the CRL.
Okay, so we still have to find ways to generate additional revenue within the CRL to pay back the CRL.
Well, except I would say it this way, when we do CRLs, it means that there's $8 million less for you in revenue for you to use for CRL projects. But we have not undertaken a way where we are overspending, so it doesn't create an issue.
Okay, it's just less money for us to play with.
In this specific area, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that. Further clarification. And I also have a question that I need to ask in private, so. Yes, yeah, so on attachment number 5.
Okay.
So can I move it right now while there's still a motion on the floor, or do I?
Yeah, of course, we can go into private.
Okay,
of course.
okay.
Let me go through the list. Council Salvador, do you have any additional questions? Go ahead.
Thank you. So just looking at this motion, will the report that's generated include an analysis of how the tool of financial incentives compares to other tools that we might implement or have implemented through the CRL? And maybe just more specifically, would it be possible to, this might be very challenging, but see an estimate of the number of units that this type of incentive might generate?
Yes, to the second part, probably no to the first part, just because of I'm not sure I fully comprehend what you're looking for, and it sounds like it might be a different or a larger body of work. So absolutely, we want to understand how many units we would incentivize with any incentive style program. And we also want to understand how we'd reprioritize what's in the CRL as a result of any incentive program. And then the third component, I'd say we want to understand how fast and how many policy goals do we want to achieve with an incentive program.
Great, yeah, and really just trying to get a handle on what's the return on investment on this type of tool.
We will do something like that at a high level, as we did with the downtown one, which was 23-1, I believe, or 27-1.
Yeah, actually 28. Yeah, so we get a really strong return on the incentive grant, in our opinion.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that concludes all the questions for now, right? Councillor Wright, you want to move that we go into private?
Yeah, I move that we go into private pursuant to Section 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interest of a public body, and 27, privileged information of the Freedom of Information and Privacy, Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay. All right, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll give you a few minutes to
We are back in public.
Okay, we are back in public. We are on to, we had a motion on the floor. Any more questions on this item? Seeing none, to speak to the motion, if you could briefly, quickly speak to the motion so we can get on to the other items, please. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. I'm incredibly excited to explore an incentive program. You know, it's so important for us to address this underlying challenge in the downtown that has become really apparent over the past 3 years, which was an imbalance of uses. So having too much commercial, not enough residential, or not a balance between those two has really shown how we can't be as resilient as we could otherwise. So, you know, this type of, the type of economic investment that this incentive can catalyze is critically important for the downtown, but not only the downtown, for the whole city. It strengthens our tax base and all Edmontonians benefit from that. I'm really excited for us to be exploring meeting other gaps as well that aren't always met through the market alone, specifically mixed market housing. Helping to meet the need for attainable housing will make downtown more resilient. In the same way that only having a certain land use in an area leaves us vulnerable to changing circumstances, not having a range of housing options also makes us less resilient. So very excited for this work to continue and looking at some of the other policy objectives that we may be able to achieve through this program as well. So thanks to administration and thanks to the mayor for bringing this forward.
All right, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Quickly look forward to the report. You know, this council is deeply committed to bringing more vibrancy downtown, and housing, absolutely, people living in downtown is critical of that. And there's so much other work being done, so look forward to that presentation sometime soon from administration. I just can't imagine a thriving Edmonton without a thriving downtown, right? And I think that speaks so, I mean, so critical that we continue to focus, and which we are, and look forward to more being done for our downtown. Good. Right, with that, I will call the vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. On to our next item.
Apologies, Mayor Sohi. Before we move on to the next item, if we could just have a motion to keep attachment 5 in private from item 7.1.
So moved.
Okay. To keep attachment 5 private, Councillor Jans moved it. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. That's 7-1, 7-2. 7-3, Research Park Economic, oh, that's 130. Affordable Housing Land Assets Management and Opportunities, 7.4. All right, over to our administration for a presentation or for an opening remarks.
Thank you. Opening remarks.
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
We are here to present an information report on the current practices the city uses to prioritize affordable housing on city-owned land. Approximately 1 in 4 Edmonton renters pay more than they can afford each month or find themselves living in crowded, unsuitable, or unsafe conditions. This housing gap didn't arise overnight, and it will require strategic government investment to address over time. By creating more affordable housing, we can prevent Edmontonians from falling into homelessness, ensure newcomers can thrive, and build more resilient communities. We can help maintain Edmonton's reputation as an attractive place for investment, growth, and opportunity. In short, affordable housing is critical social infrastructure for a growing city. In 2021, Council approved policy C437A, City Land Assets for Non-Profit Affordable Housing, which supports affordable housing providers through below-market land sales and leases. This helps create more affordable housing projects which can attract investment from other orders of government and funding partners. The city has multiple processes to ensure city-owned land is considered for affordable housing. This includes the identification of land for affordable housing before it is declared surplus, incorporating affordable housing as a key component of city-led development projects, and opportunity land purchases which are made possible with the allocation of capital funding for this purpose. You may have noticed these processes at work recently at Council. In early March, 2 land parcels were pre-approved by Executive Committee for below-market sale, and more recently, Council approved city-led proposals to develop affordable housing on 3 city-owned sites as part of the Federal Rapid Housing Initiative program. While the city prioritizes affordable housing on city-owned lands, several barriers remain. These most commonly relate to land suitability, financial constraints, or timing of funding and development. Administration actively works to reduce these barriers and plans to identify additional pathways to support affordable housing development through our updated affordable housing strategy, currently scheduled for October 30th, 2023 for Community and Public Services Committee meeting. No decision is required at this time, and with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Wright, are you exempt to this? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll just start off here. The developments that you've indicated in the report, do all of those sort of meet the transit service amenity availability in the area?
That is definitely one of the criteria that we look at for all sites, but the extent to which those thresholds around amenities are met depends on the type of housing, right? Because in general, we take the approach that if the land is suitable for residential, it's usually suitable for some type of affordable housing. Okay. It's more like when we're looking at supportive housing or where there's higher acuity of need, where that piece around amenities and proximity and transit is much more crucial in the site selection, if that makes sense.
Okay, yes it does. And then I'm just also wondering, so we try to incentivize developers to provide, affordable housing units or whatnot, or below market rents. Can the supportive housing providers, can they offer market rents, like to try to make some money to cover their costs?
Many of the affordable housing providers do a mixed income model, which would include some units leased or rented at market rates, and others leased or rented at below market rates. Okay. But it's not the case for all. And because you said specifically in your question supportive housing, I would just say that generally speaking, a mixed income model is less compatible with a supportive housing model, just because you're trying to achieve opportunity, like scale in terms of the supports on site. So you want to sort of, there's a certain sweet spot of units, and it's just less compatible, I think, with having market units in it. There's very few examples that we're aware of in Canada of supportive housing buildings that have a mixed income model. Okay, thank you. And then the other projects that you've noted here in the report, are those completed? And I'm just, the one in Cahiwin and Ogilvie Ridge. So Cahiwin it has completed all the approvals. So the zoning's in place. There's a sales agreement that's been negotiated between the city and Savita, and it's been signed. Yeah. Correct, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, it's been, so it's fully in their court, and Savita is now in the process of securing funding for development on the Cahiwin site. And then with Ogilvie, that process is in we've done an RFP for the site. We've selected an operator that was sort of had the best proposal, and that's Home Ed. And they're in the process right now of doing engagement with the community in a lead up to a rezoning of that site. So that's where Ogilvy's at.
Okay, I was just wondering, because with Cohewan at it looks like they were approved in 2017, just what the delays.
It's mostly financial. Just with that particular provider, Savita, they have had a number of large sort of redevelopments on their plate, and so this has been going in turns. They had Londonderry that they needed to secure the financing for, then Lendrum, and now their focus is on Cohewan. So
okay, awesome. And I think in part of the report, it talks about you don't necessarily have to do public engagement for each and every property. Like, can we do, I guess my concern is that community's objection. So what can we do to bring them along? I know when we toured the supportive housing units, it seemed to be that the community in the surrounding areas did embrace the projects in that. So I'm just wondering, is there something that we can do on a citywide basis to help bring them along and educate all Edmontonians?
That's a good question. So I would say there's a bunch of things that we are already doing, and then there's things that I think there may be further opportunities to look at in the future also. So just to start, one thing I will flag is that the city is working on admin. We're working really closely with communications on a affordable housing information campaign that's targeted to all Edmontonians to talk about the need for affordable housing, the city's expectations that affordable housing is part of every community across the city and it's available in all parts of the city, and then sort of what it is and what it isn't, like a bit of myth busting. So that work has actually just recently been tendered, so you should see that see the beginnings of that within the next year. In addition to that, though, we have sort of refined our engagement approach on city-led on projects. So we used to require a lot more engagement than we do now. We've taken more of a sort of rights-based approach that says affordable housing shouldn't necessarily be subject to additional requirements for community engagement any more than market, with the exception of the Good Neighbor Plan. And even with that Good Neighbor Plan, there was a motion that was made by Councillor Rutherford a few months ago for us to look at whether that requirement in itself should still be a requirement or not. And so that is some work. We've asked for a bit of a postponement on that just because of workload issues, but that's going to be coming back later this year. And so that would also provide an opportunity for councils to consider that. And then the third thing I'll just mention is with respect to surplus school sites specifically, Cohewan and Ogilvy have always been sort of the two pilot sites that we are going to start with and then kind of take a step back and reassess the engagement process and reassess the policy. And so that assessment work is ongoing now too, with both Cohewan and Ogilvy sort of moving forward, although we're still waiting for the rezoning on Ogilvy. Once that's in hand, we plan to bring back a review of the process and the policy for those two sites to see how we can streamline things going forward for the rest of the surplus sites.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Crystal, did I hear you right that the campaign to engage Edmontonians on affordable housing is going through the tender process, but it won't roll out till next year?
No, sometime this year.
Oh, sometime
yeah.
this year. Okay, great.
I just don't have that timeline right in front of me. It's
been
a slow.
No, that's it. I thought maybe why would it take that long, right? So let me start with if a land parcel is not suitable for affordable housing, right? You sell it, or not suitable for other city needs, you sell it, right? And where does that money go? Does that money goes toward affordable housing purchases into the future, or other parcels? Like how we utilize those resources?
So it'll depend largely on what parcel of land we're actually speaking to. So if it's a general parcel of land that was deemed to be surplus to municipal requirements, not say like a surplus school site for instance, then that would go towards general revenue at this point in time. However, for a surplus school site, I believe that would flow back through into the housing reserve.
Okay, so but surplus school site goes to housing reserve, but other land doesn't go to housing reserve.
That's correct. Yeah.
Why would that be? Like if housing is a priority for us, right, and there's a huge need, right? Why would that not go toward a housing reserve fund? Is there a policy, or what is the reason for not?
I believe it's just policy related in the sense that basically any parcel that we sell would go through to general revenue, and so that's something we could maybe take a look at offline. But yeah, specific parcels such as the surplus school sites, there were policies that were put in place that direct where those funds go to. That's how it has worked thus far.
Okay, maybe we can have some offline conversation. I just want to learn more about that. Like if like this council has prioritized housing, affordable housing, and supportive housing, and we should be looking for every opportunity to advance that goal. Other question I have is related to aging community league infrastructure. And community leagues are built on city-owned land, right?
I don't have all the background on community leagues and the way that they're organized, so I apologize for that. But I believe that they go through our IIS process to develop on city land, and we do have the tripartite agreement where we enter into with them in order to allow them to make use of that space.
For example, Ritchie Community Leagues comes into mind. Their building is old. They probably have to demolish it, and it's going to require $4 or $5 million to rebuild, if not less than more. Are we looking at a different approach? Maybe not building a single-purpose facilities, multi-purpose facilities with affordable housing added to it, right? Are we kind of reimagining our approach to building, refurbishing old buildings, community league buildings, and others, right? So, just want to get a sense on that.
This isn't something that I think we've officially approached the EFCL on, but something we can absolutely gauge their interest and see where that might go.
Yeah, I think this is worth exploring as communities mature. That infrastructure is going to be getting older and older, and we will have a huge liability in because we ultimately become somewhat responsible for those infrastructure or have to contribute to maintaining. Why would we not looking at repurposing them as we want to create more affordable housing? That's one. Okay. If we treat affordable housing as core infrastructure, then why would we not allocate land in every area the way we do to fire halls, the way we do to schools, the way we do to other community amenities, parks? What needs to happen to change that thinking that we allocate land in every neighborhood moving forward for affordable housing?
Sorry, I missed the first part of the question, but I would say that whenever it comes to surplus land for the city, we do make it available to any part of the organization to determine what the needs are.
I understand that, okay. But as we develop new neighborhoods, if affordable housing is core infrastructure, then it should be treated like a core infrastructure. I just want to get sense what needs to change.
I can maybe take a crack at that, and Bart can jump in. So, Mayor Sohi, in the past, the city did take land at dedication for affordable housing, and that's how a lot of social housing sites were built back in the 70s and 80s. Yeah. We haven't done that in recent years because there's been an emphasis on parks and municipal reserve, and that's usually what the emphasis when we're taking land for dedications for a small number of uses. But there is a report that council has asked for on options around inclusionary housing that our team is working on right now, which was moved by the last council after they repealed policy 582, which was our developer-sponsored affordable housing. And so in that scope of that report, we could provide some more information about some of the limitations or opportunities that might exist in terms of ensuring there's land in all new subdivisions for housing.
Come out of a question, I might come back. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much for the report. It was really exciting to read. Those 9 things that administration is working on they're great. I particularly appreciate the focus around LRT lands. I think that recognizing that sometimes our city investments, which are really positive, can have the impact of raising property values and raising housing prices around critical infrastructure. So really appreciate that. One question is just around, again, I think the practice right now is excellent. I'm wondering around how it's codified into policies and procedures. So something that I think is really positive about C583 in terms of surplus school sites is it's very clear what the intent of this land is for and which land gets which use is getting priority here. I appreciate that has created concerns and issues as well. So again, just wondering so when we're looking at a parcel of land for municipal purposes, including affordable housing, it just doesn't seem to be codified how we prioritize that. And again, I'm hearing or I'm assuming that through practice that isn't a problem right now, but just wondering if that's a policy gap.
So it's not a direct policy, but it is a procedure that we have. And our intent is basically listening into council. So knowing that housing is a priority, essentially anytime that a department within the city is looking to take a piece of land that has been declared surplus by another one, they provide a justification report just to explain what the need is. Mm-hmm. And so anytime we've received those through the housing team, those are the ones that we pretty much every single time make sure that we use them for affordable housing purposes. But
again, I I read through the procedures, that's not explicit, right? And so I'm just wondering what the pros and cons of that approach is.
The pros and cons of putting it explicitly into a policy document. Mm-hmm. I mean, pros for us as administration would be that it's clear from council all the way down what council's expectation is. A potential con is that council priorities may change in the future. I know housing is a big one, and so that's not likely.
Yeah, and I think that kind of gets to this question too about like a sustainable funding source. So it's just this question of that long-term piece. But yeah, I take your point, and I think that's kind of what I want to guard against, is that the processes right now are working so well. I think the outcomes we're seeing are outstanding, and I want to keep that. I want that to become automatic, to become a really built-in part of our city systems.
It's definitely a major focus for us, and if I can, I just want to address a couple of questions that came earlier. When we sell land for affordable housing purposes, it's typically at a nominal rate, and so that from that perspective, there wouldn't be money that could be transferred back towards the affordable housing reserve. And I also just want to clarify, when I'd referenced the surplus school sites that we sell, those funds, when we do sell them at market value, they would transfer to the funds in lieu of reserve account, so towards the open space group as opposed to housing.
Gotcha. And so, recognizing some of these themes are coming up, and, I don't want to provide a motion or any direction today whatsoever, but are these some things that may come back to us in October with the affordable housing strategy update in terms of, again, it's mentioned sort of the sustainable funding source for land, again, maybe some of those opportunities in terms of land enterprise earnings, how we prioritize that, and just sort of build in that system, and again, maybe explicit policies around prioritizing housing use for surplus land. Is that something that would be contemplated within the affordable housing strategy coming back, or is that a separate piece of work?
Yeah, I think that, for sure the strategy is looking at not just actions of our section, but actions of the corporation.
Great.
So that is something that could be included in the strategy work coming forward. We could have some further conversations with real estate about the best way to support that.
Awesome.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Just really quickly as well, I know provider eligibility in C437A can create some challenges in terms of when there's an open tender. It is a pretty big investment to even do a test fit for a site, right? So an affordable housing provider might spend, at least $10,000, $15,000 to do that work. And that's a hard investment to make if you don't have that commitment of the land being made available. So are we looking at some other creative, maybe more risk-taking approaches that are still fair and equitable, but remove some of those barriers to people applying?
Yeah, so you've hit the nail on the head with one of the challenges that we have around land disposition and the timing and sequencing of things. Yeah. Because we do want to do things in a transparent, competitive way, but we also appreciate that non-market providers might not be in the same position to be fully aware of what they can build on a site for a number of reasons. Not just because of the resources required to do a test fit, but also because of not knowing what resources will be available to fund the construction. And so we've run into some issues, and you've seen this in some of the reports. There's private legal attachments attached to our report where what was initially planned at the beginning isn't always what's contemplated at the end, and there can be some risks associated with that. And so we are I would just say, This is a very live conversation internally that we're having right now about the best way to look at our land disposition process to try and maintain some transparency, but also be realistic about the fact that most projects will evolve from conception to completion.
Thank you. Councilor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, really exciting report. It's fantastic. And one of the questions that I have, just drawing a distinction between closed school sites and those that have been deemed surplus. And, you know, what opportunities exist for, I guess, more proactive conversations with school boards around strategic acquisition of some of those sites? You know, is there room for those types of conversations around, you know, where we would be looking to prioritize acquisitions based on the need for affordable housing, based on our plans for 15-minute districts, and just, you know, as an example, Ward Métis has many closed school sites, and there seems to be, I don't want to call it a hesitancy, but it seems like there is a bit of a block between going from closed to deeming surplus because there's uncertainty around where exactly those sites would end up and in whose hands they would end up and what uses would be on those sites.
That is a wonderful question. And those conversations are occurring with our joint use agreement land management committee through our team. And so we had some conversations about that just earlier this week. A critical part of that is working with the members within that joint use agreement to see what are their long-term plans, how does that relate to the growth management framework that we have for the city and the growth of the city long-term. But that also includes us working with housing to determine where do we see need for affordable housing throughout the city and how can we involve that aspect into this conversation with the school boards as well so that we can all work together on a solution. It's a big conversation though that we need to work on.
Just to add, that's an example, though, of where, as referenced in the report, one of the barriers, and as Jen mentioned in the speaking notes, is around the financial piece, because often these sites, when they are made available for sale, it's like we don't have it, you know, we're hoping to get longer notice, but at the point, there's not a huge period of notice, and so to have a ready available source of funds that can be used to move on opportunity purchases, is a challenge, and that's part of why, like 7.5 on this agenda is talking about a school site, for example, that would be a barrier, and there is why we wouldn't have moved forward with housing on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding, those types of acquisitions would go through, is it the Mature Area Land Acquisition Fund or no? Because I'm thinking about some of the funds that we talked about during budget. Is that where those dollars would come from?
It would depend on which user group within the city is looking to acquire that land. So for instance, if it was Crystal's team who's identified that there's a need for housing within a specific surplus school site that would be coming potentially to the city, then it would be through the Affordable Housing Reserve that we would, the capital profile that we'd use for that purpose. Otherwise, if it's for mature land or for open space purposes, it would be the other one.
Right, okay. And I guess you're really highlighting the importance for sort of flexibility in deploying those dollars and having enough surety that fund is there so that when those opportunities come up, we can grab them.
That's exactly it. So that's why it's critical to make sure that we do have that capital profile available for affordable housing acquisition purposes, because that really gives us that flexibility to act upon these situations whenever they arise, as well as purchase other lands that might be available on the market.
Great. Yeah, and one thing that I just would underscore, it's not clear. I'm very interested in the conversation around the closed school sites. And I know that there are specific communities and community leagues who are also very, very interested in seeing these conversations advance. Based on the conversation we had earlier this week, it sounds like that's a longer term conversation. Is that correct? Is there any way that we can help support the advancement of those conversations in a quicker way, or is it just a matter of getting everyone around a table and it's just going to take a while?
It is a longer term conversation. I think we do have Neil Ozaduk, who's on the land management committee from my team, so maybe he can help to answer this question.
Morning, Councillor. Yeah, it's a little bit of both. So it is part of that long-term strategy piece that we talked about earlier this week, that long-term real estate strategy, trying to get an understanding of what sites are going to be needed, which ones can be disposed of, and then finding a use that everyone supports in terms of what we would do with that surplus land. Affordable housing and programs like the First Place program are something that, just anecdotally speaking through conversation and stuff, school boards or the school districts are supportive of. So if we end up with surplus lands in those areas, we would look to see if there's an opportunity there for some kind of program like that.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Tang.
Okay, I have 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for this report. I thought it was really clear and exciting. But it triggered, I was curious about policy C601, the 16% across, in all neighborhoods across the city. The last time we spoke about this was still data from 2018. So one, I'm curious if that's been updated.
It hasn't been updated yet, but we hope to update it once the new strategy is in place.
Okay.
And we are actually taking on a project right now to really look at how we can maintain a good inventory of affordable housing, because the methodology that's used in the past has been ad hoc and not ongoing and live. And so we do have a project in our team right now to look at creating an ongoing live inventory that's leverages the tax grant program. Actually might provide us that opportunity. So that might be able to have we might be able to have a very, just a very much more data-focused, live, real-time conversation about that.
Yeah, and I guess the second part of what I was wondering is, with that information, and once we have that kind of very robust inventory, so when we do consider building and then, build and the city parcels, it's not just about availability, but we are also considering how it aligns with that policy, right? Looking at the gaps across the city. Or prioritizing it, or I'll say.
We definitely look at that when we're looking at land acquisitions or claiming surplus sites. We're definitely considering whether there's affordable housing in the area or not.
Okay,
yeah, for sure.
That's great. And then this piece about, I think, clarity, people want to have a clarity on role of the city as a developer. It just kind of triggered for me. I know we have the Municipal Development Corporation report coming back soon, and I'm curious how this fits into that. Would that report, shed more light in the space of affordable housing development?
It does not at this point in time. Okay. I would make the point, though, that we do have an Edmonton Community Development Company.
Absolutely.
And so through the objectives that were instituted when that was created and the mandate, I do believe that there's an affordable housing component to that, including measures that speak to creating a certain number of units for affordable housing.
Also, just quickly, we also have a city-owned nonprofit affordable housing corporation called HomeEd that also acts in that capacity also.
Right. Okay. I have some follow-up. I just need to formulate my question. But and I think the other thing I was curious about was, if I think about the greenfield properties that were really contentious a year ago, for example, something like Goodrich Corner. It's our land to develop. It sits on the cusp of multiple municipalities. What kind of exploration of, say, regional opportunity there on housing on city land like that one? Is it even possible? What are the mechanisms and tools available to accomplish this? I'm conscious that housing right now isn't necessarily an EMRB priority, but, informally, I am aware of interest. So how are we leveraging and maximizing those opportunities?
I can probably hop in with that one. In terms of Goodrich Corners, we haven't looked at, from a regional perspective, how we could support affordable housing that way. From an Edmonton context, we're definitely looking at how we can support that 16% neighborhood target in that area, either through dedicating lands specifically for forms of housing or incorporating mixed markets into the development and whatnot. So we're looking at it from the Edmonton goals, but we haven't looked at it from that regional context.
But to your point about EMRB, I know that the CAOs are having conversations, and the federal government, the Ministry of Infrastructure and Communities, is looking at housing and transit and transportation nodes for the region, and so there's interest and conversations that are live.
Okay. That's good to know. encourage you keep going with that. I know we're at time, so I'm not gonna. I have a few other follow-up I'll come back for later after lunch. Thank you.
No worries. We will stop here and take lunch break, and we'll be back at 1:30 with our time-specific item, which is the Research Park Economic Development Opportunities. And once we're done with that item, we'll come back to this item, okay, the 7.4. Okay. Until then, we are on recess.
We are live from River Valley Room.
Okay, we are back. I will do a roll call of committee members. Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton. Sarah will be joining us shortly. I'll go through the list of colleagues joining us virtually. There you go, Councillor Hamilton is here. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
And that is Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
That's it for now. Councillor Tang is here, joining us. So before we go into our time specific about 1:30, my question related to 7.5 has been answered. If other colleagues don't have any questions, can we bring it forward and deal with it? Councillor Jans, you want to?
So moved.
Okay.
Sorry, I do have questions about it as well.
You have questions about 7.5?
Yes, I do.
Okay, then we'll keep it on the agenda where it is now. Okay,
Great,
good.
thank you.
No worries. Okay. All right, so over to our administration for Research Park.
Okay, good afternoon. Last March, Executive Committee directed administration to engage with business in the Edmonton Research Park, as well as government-funded economic development partners to explore options and actions to advance economic development opportunities. I'm here with my colleagues Tom Mansfield, Nolan Carter, Bart Jarocki, and Tim McCargar to share what we learned from this engagement. Next slide, please. The Edmonton Research Park has been in place for more than 40 years. It was approved by City Council in 1982 with the mission to promote research and advanced technology in Edmonton. In 1996, the Edmonton Economic Development Corporation was appointed as the managing park authority and governed the park until 2020, when it was transferred to City of Edmonton administration. A restrictive covenant, which sets out development standards and design guidelines, is registered against property located within the Edmonton Research Park. This restrictive covenant reflects the purpose of the park to create and maintain an outstanding environment for performing research-based activity. The Edmonton Research Park focuses on advanced research in medicine, biotechnology, software engineering, nanotechnology, business incubation, and clean energy. It has a history of successful research and development companies creating made-in-Edmonton products and services, such as Nanospeed, who operated as a startup in the ATC building and has now constructed their own building in the research park. Quantium Technologies, a leader and pioneer in advanced materials and clean technology. The firm is seeking federal funding to bring new biotech products to market in the next few years. Syncrude Canada has been in the research park for almost 30 years and has received numerous patents for their heavy oil extraction research. Seafer Technologies have been researching energy and materials since 1990 and are planning building expansions in 2023 to support hydrogen. Next slide, please. The Edmonton Research Park is currently a 104-hectare area of land located south of 23rd Avenue Northwest between 91st Street and Parsons Road. The Edmonton Research Park is home to 21 buildings and 56 businesses. According to our stakeholder survey, 83% of survey respondents indicated that they are currently conducting research within the Edmonton Research Park. Those survey respondents who indicated they are not involved in research and development include property owners or support-oriented businesses who provide services to businesses within the park. The large property shaded in green on the map is currently owned by the Government of Alberta and referred to as the Southlands. This area is largely unserviced and does not have a restrictive covenant registered on title. The smaller green shaded parcel near the top of the map is the Biotechnology Business Development Centre, or BBDC. The province of Alberta recently reassigned the BBDC property lease from Explore Edmonton, which was a legacy of dismantling Edmonton Economic Development Corporation, to Applied Pharmaceutical Innovation, a good news story for the park and our city's life sciences industry. Building on this positive development, just last week, the Government of Canada announced $80.5 million in funding to support the Canadian Critical Drug Initiative, significantly growing drug manufacturing capacity and making the Edmonton region Canada's small molecule manufacturing hub. This funding includes upgrades to the BBDC building. The upgrades to the BBDC are anticipated to be completed by 2024 and will include a good laboratory practice lab and upgrades to its core facilities. 5 biotech leases are in place in the Edmonton Research Park and include the 6 blue shaded properties on the map. The biotech lease program provides access to Research Park lands at attractive rates for companies in the biotech sector because their products and services take a considerable amount of time and money to generate a return on investment. Shaded in red on the map are 2 city-owned properties that are currently in disposition negotiations. Once these properties have transacted, all available development land within the research park controlled by the city will have been developed or committed to development. The properties that are not colored in the map are privately owned. This map demonstrates that the city has limited opportunities to direct future new development through the restrictive covenant as the park nears completion. Next slide, please. Administration undertook a thorough engagement process, including completion of a GBA Plus assessment to inform the engagement approach and analysis. Phase 1 included a survey with the 56 identified stakeholders operating within the Edmonton Research Park. They included business owners, property managers, and property owners. The initial survey looked to understand tenant and owner perceptions of the Edmonton Research Park, and comments were used to help inform questions for one-on-one interviews held in Phase 2. Direct emails, phone calls, and road signs were used to invite all 56 stakeholders to participate. As a result, administration facilitated 27 one-on-one interviews with ERP stakeholders. Interviews were conducted with the intention of compiling a list of stakeholder-informed options and actions that could advance economic development opportunities and to gain insights on diversity, equity, and inclusion in the ERP. Phase 3 of engagement consisted of one-on-one interviews with the city's economic development partners such as Edmonton Unlimited, Axis, the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, and Edmonton Global. Interviews were conducted to gather feedback on the list of options and actions developed in Phase 1 and 2. In addition, a survey was sent to all stakeholders to identify action priorities and suggest any final tweaks or additions. This was an important step to ensure we were validating what we heard from stakeholders during this engagement and reflecting potential priority actions for implementation. I want to take a moment just to thank all of the businesses and economic development partners that took the time throughout this process to share their feedback and ideas. Their engagement was key for helping to inform the options and actions within this report. Next slide, please. Administration heard stakeholders suggest many actions and options to advance economic development in the Edmonton Research Park. Similar actions were grouped to produce the list presented in Attachment 1. We heard that there is an opportunity for increased integration, communication, and advice from Edmonton Research Park stakeholders, and an interest in more amenities, business services, and supports. We also heard a desire for changes to the existing restrictive covenant, and although administration has determined it's not feasible to pursue these changes for the existing restrictive covenant, what we can take away are lessons learned that can be used to inform the development of similar projects in the city moving forward. From the suggested actions, administration identified 4 actions that the city could reasonably implement. To further clarify these actions, next steps for the list of actions created from stakeholder engagement, 2 of these actions the city will implement. These actions include convening a multi-stakeholder advisory group, as well as improving the awareness and understanding of the restrictive covenant. Given that there is no remaining city-owned land in the park, not already committed to development, implementing any of these options and actions will focus on business retention and expansion rather than new greenfield development. The advisory group will be asked to consider the remaining actions identified through stakeholder engagement and also to recommend who can potentially lead implementation. The city will act as a convener and facilitator for this group and will return to executive committee with cost analysis should any of the actions the advisory group recommends the city lead fall outside of administration's delegated authority and our existing budgets. Thank you, and would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And if you don't mind just stepping back, we have two public speakers on this report. And I will check. I see Andrew there and Hannah.
We've received word that Hannah will not be able to speak today.
Hannah won't be able to speak, but Andrew is here. All right, Andrew McIsaac. All right, Andrew, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and after that, committee and council members may have questions to you, but let me start by giving you a big congratulations on the huge investment that you were able to garner from the federal government for your organization. Would not have happened without your tenacity and your hard work. So congratulations for that. And go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And I would be remiss if I didn't state the support that we've received from many of the folks here, including yourself, that made it happen. So right back at you in terms of the credit. So good afternoon, everyone. As stated, I'm Andrew McIsaac. I'm the CEO of Applied Pharmaceutical Innovation. In shorthand, it's API. And I'm speaking today in support of administration's recommendations and the actions identified in this report. For those of you who don't know about API is a industry-led, not-for-profit organization focused on life sciences development capacity for innovators and companies, enabling them to move forward through the stages of commercialization. We launched about 5 years ago, and over that period of time, we've grown to about 60 staff, have supported 43 spin-off companies, which have now combined market capitalization of over $500 million. And we're now one of the largest not-for-profit commercialization organizations in the country. And we've been working alongside our partners at the city and the broader regional efforts of Edmonton Global to capitalize on the tremendous potential that Edmonton has in the life sciences. So as a named partner in the city's economic action plan, we're passionate and committed to helping the city become a leader in the life sciences sector by providing the technical expertise, infrastructure, commercial research and development labs, life sciences, specific intellectual property strategy, and many more pieces of support. And in many cases, they are things that are very aligned to the capacity within the Edmonton Research Park that we're looking to continue to support. So as mentioned before, there's now been the announcement of $80.5 million investment from the federal government towards the Canadian Critical Drug Initiative. And we're already spending that money in the BBDC building since we took it over January 1st, and are continuing plans with the additional capacity that we'll build out. For us, we're looking to essentially transform the ability of companies to grow and scale here, as well as support the attraction of new companies to the region. Life sciences is one of the great strengths in our city, and we have a robust post-secondary system that's very aligned towards that. I think just today, the stats came out from the U of A, and some of the top fields we're looking at is top 40 in the world for pharmacy and pharmacology. Life sciences, I think we're in the top 60, and a lot of the students and grads coming out of that post-secondary, as well as NAIT, Norquest, and others, are well suited for jobs in that sector. The vision for the Edmonton Research Park was for it to be an innovation hub, a place where research and commercialization organizations could come together in a cluster. And in the life sciences, it's a specifically important one because the ability for them to share on a lot of these high-cost infrastructure needs is critical. So we're very supportive of the administration's recommendations in the park. The multi-stakeholder advisory group would create opportunities for key players to come together and for continued dialogue around the park. And API is happy to take part in that. The group could inform the program's actions and opportunities, particularly for us as we're looking to continue to expand within the park. Over the past few years, we've spent considerable time working with the other folks who have been talking about the vision for the park and have received letters of support from groups like the Edmonton Research Park Business Consortium. For us, we're confident that an updated vision statement for the research park will help invigorate it, inspire renewed goals, and attract more potential investment. And we support the effort to modernize our collective vision towards the park and help build awareness. And that's something that we're already actively working to do. There's so much opportunity in the park, and the BBDC building is currently at capacity, and we've got a wait list for more companies looking to expand and grow. So we are continuing to work to build out more capacity. API is investing in the park because we're confident in its ability to grow our life sciences and innovation ecosystem, and we're glad to see the city taking steps to reach its potential. Edmonton Global recently released a report called Fostering a Technology Innovation Ecosystem that included the Edmonton Research Park as a key opportunity, and API is thrilled to work with the city to champion the park. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And I'll see if we have questions from colleagues to you. Okay. While we wait, just so you're supportive of the further actions that administration has identified, right? Do you want to move forward on those? Andrew? Is that your ask, like that?
Yeah, we're supportive of the report. You know, I think that the engagement process was good and the recommendations are sound, particularly point one. Just continuing to have a forum to bring folks together around the park.
So convening that advisory group and then further exploring more potential.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For us, the note is as well, though, you know, we want to make sure that there is movement forward. It has been a long consultation process, but having that ability to engage is definitely a value.
Okay, got it. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you so much, Andrew, for coming forward to speak. Big, as well, big congratulations. But I'm also very conscious this week you're mired in the in investment summits to help, life sciences companies in the prairies raise money, and I think that's a really big deal. So thank you for taking the time out of that to share that perspective. I imagine you were deeply engaged in this conversation. You spoke a lot about the advisory group and spoke about the vision. Any thoughts on that fourth one, on the restrictive covenant?
I think the restrictive covenant is fine and fit for purpose in terms of the needs of the park. For us, a lot of the challenges that the park has seen has been a little bit of a loss of focus over the past 40 years. Unfortunately, the park launched at an inopportune time, right in the middle of a rather significant downturn, and so a lot of the opportunity to build in there was lost. But now, with the new reinvigorated potential, that the land that's vacant within the park, or also the existing buildings, I've started to have a lot more companies interested in setting up space within them and really beginning to build around that cluster. And so the more that we can put into the park in terms of those shared amenities that make it more of an attractor, both supports the park and the broader region as a whole, as another one of those focal points.
That's helpful. Thank you. And can you just remind me, with your announcement, there's that renovation piece and building out a future facility. But are you also going to be doing some, I think, programming to support those companies? With the ones that are kind of in place in part of your facility now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've started doing sort of a little bit of a scan in terms of the resourcing and the components that will be needed for programming within the BBDC directly. And we've started informal conversations with a number of other groups more broadly across the park itself. Because obviously for us, there's a economy of scale of being able to open up that access. And given the large percentage of life science companies within the park, we're trying to figure out how we can support as many as possible. Also within the constraints of our current funding model.
Yeah, of course. I guess I'm also conscious that not all companies there are in life sciences, but I guess regardless, it sounds like you will still be perhaps API will still play a fairly significant role in some of those, I don't know, like facilitation or networking, would you say?
Yeah, as the largest, sort of not-for-profit economic development focused component within the northern part of the park, we sort of see that as a responsibility and something that we'd really like to do. We strongly believe in being good neighbors and also helping move forward all the sectors that are priority within Edmonton. Everything from hydrogen to tech to the stuff that we do in life sciences.
That's great to hear. I was also thinking, you referenced that Edmonton Global report, and I think at the launch last week, there is a significant regional focus about your launch, but I guess I'm wondering if you can maybe perhaps share a bit more about not only API itself, but the positioning and the park itself, what kind of role it plays in regional economic diversification.
Yeah, absolutely. So especially in the life sciences, one of the biggest challenges is having the sort of mid-level capacity for companies. Life science companies face a commercialization drive where it's maybe 10 years before they're selling a product. And so they go from a stage of really trying to focus on whatever they can do to commercialize their product to once they're on the market, whatever they can do to manufacture it at a big, long scale. And so the regions that have been successful in attracting and building life science ecosystems have really been able to capture companies locally that were at that phase and keep them there as they went through that rapid scale-up component, as well as attract other companies to the region, so that the companies that don't have $50 million to build their own facility can grow and scale here, and then they get to the point where they're becoming the next Gilead and investing tens or hundreds of millions of dollars into their own facilities, alongside leveraging the talent and the cluster of capacity. And so that's really the model that we're looking at here.
Mm-hmm. Great. I'm out of time, but also I was just very happy to hear the BBDC is at capacity and even over. So again, congratulations on all of those accomplishments, and I can't wait to see what comes later.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I'm just wondering if, with Surface Credit Union being right there in the area, is there any partnership with them to help in financing any of these businesses?
I'm not certain. That's a good question.
Okay, so I guess the answer is no. Okay, so I'm just wondering if they have been approached at all to partner.
It depends on their capital model. So a lot of life science companies are looking for sort of VC type funding, like the investment summit that we run with Startup TNT, that type of funding. However, the small business loans and some of those other pieces, I'm sure there's a lot of clients of Service in the park there.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So thank you, Andrew. That concludes the questions, and good luck with everything. Okay. All right, now questions to administration, and maybe to expedite the process, we can ask questions at the same time. The motion that Councillor Tang has prepared in consultation with administration, I'll move that forward, and then we can ask questions on that too. I think a copy was provided to City Clerk, but I'll read it while it's being posted, that administration work with the advisory group and other relevant stakeholders to determine the most impactful actions for the advisory group to focus on, as identified in March 22nd, 2023 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 01185, and return to committee with a report providing a summary of next steps for each recommended action including a detailed cost analysis where relevant. Due date will be Q2 2024. Okay. All right, so we have motion on the floor and questions, colleagues, to this. I know Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Great, and I think the due date is Q2, you said?
Yeah, Q2
okay.
2024, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for all the engagement you've done. I know it's quite extensive, and I really appreciate the work that went into this report. And just to clarify, the advisory group piece can happen without any further direction, but what this motion really gets at is those additional ones. Is that right?
We can do this work, Councillor Tang, without the motion, but we'd happily action this motion as it's been stated.
Oh, okay. That was not what I got from the report.
Fair. So, we can work through that. The motion will create the accountability for us to report back here. I think that's really the best outcome. If committee would like an outcome, would like this to come back to committee.
Yeah, and I think it'll, create an opportunity for community to weigh in as well. I have some questions on the engagement itself and the specifics of the report. I have some bigger questions as well. Sorry, where are my questions? Okay, so you identified those 4 specific actions. I think number 2 on the vision one was also, I think, nested under number 1. Just want to get clarification.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. Yes, it's a good question to ask for clarification, and since the report was published, we also came to further clarity, where when we looked at those 2 specific actions that are also nested under the advisory committee, when we took a look at what we heard from stakeholders and how we would actually move forward on implementation, we'd recommend that those actually are also looked at by the advisory group. Okay. Given these are the things we heard from them, we want to go back to them and say, how would you like us to implement them? So that will be picked up in the work that we'll do in convening the advisory group. So we don't need further action or direction on those specifically unless there's something specific committee would like us to look at.
Yeah, and I think it's a good approach not to kind of be really top down about here's what are the ABC things that we need to do and work with the stakeholders there. I thought there, and then when you assign the responsibility to each of the actions in that attachment 1, I'm assuming the city assigned it, but did you have some input from the people who participated in the engagement?
Yes and no. Okay. So the city took some liberty in terms of coming up who would potentially lead those actions, and they're stated in the attachment as potential, and that is intentional. And that was based on what we heard through the engagement and what stakeholders had told us, but we didn't validate that specifically, and that's why it's so important to go back to the advisory group to do that work, to say, this is where the city perceived these things should go. Okay. Is that accurate? And how do you want to move forward? In what order do you want to move forward? Is there some nuance or something more specific that we need to look at to take this to the next level?
Yeah, I had a question about kind of which ones are the most impactful, but that sounds like that conversation is going to come. And then just in terms of programming, after the transition between EDC and the city, a lot of that programming is no longer really there. But don't we currently have organizations affiliated with the city that can offer that type of programming and service, or who are, I guess, well positioned to?
Yeah, hi, Councillor. Yeah, so there are a lot of programs that are being offered by our economic development partners throughout the city, and those, when we spoke with them, for instance, like Edmonton Unlimited, they said that those programs are available to any business in the city. So there's no barriers for someone who's specifically in the research park to access those.
But do you think there might be an interest, perhaps having a presence outside of downtown, perhaps? Because it sounds like, anyone can access this if you come to us. How do we go to community?
Yeah, so one of the things that we heard loud and clear is that, our partners don't see innovation happening just downtown. They actually see that being a very distributed model. And we've actually noticed too that, Edmonton Limited, for instance, has reached out and started up some,
Wonderful.
Networking activities
That's
like
great.
that with ERP stakeholders.
Yeah, that's great. I thought of them too when the whole communication strategy and raising the profile. I've seen that that's a big part of what they're doing right now with a lot of the storytelling around entrepreneurship, and that felt really. I think that was labeled city. That one was like city responsible, but I guess I just want to check that.
So that's, again, something we'll have to check, Councillor
Right.
Tang, with the advisory committee. And the multi-stakeholder advisory group is intended to include our economic development partners like Edmonton Unlimited.
Great.
So if there are things that they're currently offering, they'll be able to mention that at table and connect those dots versus bringing something else forward that's duplicative.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. And the cost analysis then would that also look at like the purchase price of the land from the provincial government of the Southlands and development?
I don't think so at this point in time, unless the multi-stakeholder advisory committee came forward with that as an action. That wasn't something we heard in the stakeholder engagement specifically. So it's possible, but at this point in time, it's not in scope for what we work with the advisory committee with.
Okay, just because, yeah, in point 3, I just wanted to know, yeah, if that did include the Southland portions or not. Okay. Okay, then I don't have any other follow-up questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So have we done any analysis around the kind of the economic impact of the research park?
We do have some preliminary information from the survey we completed in phase 1. So we understand, for instance, from 82% of the respondents to that survey, there's about 1,000 people employed from those respondents. So that's one indicator of the economic impact. We also have some information on the number of patents that are secured and the annual revenues as well. And the Edmonton Research Park Business Consortium, they also collect some of this information and have it posted on their website. So we do definitely have some of that information at hand.
Okay, and the sharing of that information, I will be interested in. Maybe I'll get my staff to check into that, some of that information, because that's good information to highlight. Now with the API advancing that, I think there'll be further opportunities for that kind of collaboration, and all the companies, innovators, and researchers are being in kind of one place, right? And in the there, it's okay. And I'll follow up on that. In the case of API, they'll be moving forward on some of their work, expanding the. What are some of the other opportunities for us to kind of assist them, Stephanie, in that area?
Well, we want to make sure that when they move forward with their building and any renovations, that they're working very closely with our business-friendly team and our client liaison unit. But we also want to make sure that we work with them to help expand the pharmaceutical ecosystem within Edmonton, and so other gaps that will be identified and how we can continue to build that ecosystem within Edmonton.
And API is it kind of mentioned in our overall economic action plan, right? The pharmaceutical or biosciences, all that, right? So
the sectors are not API specifically,
not API
but
specifically,
yes,
yeah,
the sectors.
Okay, and is the research park kind of seen part of the economic action plans? Like how do we envision the role of the research park into growing our economy?
It's not specifically identified in the economic action plan, but we do see it as part of the specific
Overall,
actions, overall
innovation.
Innovation, exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, good. All right, and any issues with or not issues? Anything you want to add on the motion? If I know you said it may not be necessary, but from conversation point of view, or accountability point of view, bring it back to the committee. Is there anything else that you want to add or flag for the motion?
Nothing further to add or flag.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Okay. Councillor Tang, you have more questions? Okay,
I
go ahead,
do.
please. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that question about the economic action plan, because I think for me, I'm like, isn't that not the most cohesive vision we have kind of around the innovation, right? I mean, I know there's a lot of stakeholders who say that there is no vision for the site, but had it been kind of maybe talked about from the initial, like, wouldn't that be the most cohesive one? Citywide, of course. Anyways, you don't have to respond to that, but that was kind of, I had that very similar question as well. Speaking of that Edmonton Global report, I thought it was really interesting that they have 5 recommendations. This is number 3. So what role is Edmonton Global playing? I mean, I know that the API stuff aside, but just overall in the park, what role are they playing? And then also, what role might the region play on the park itself?
So from a high level, Edmonton Global, as you've mentioned, promotes the park as an asset here in the city of Edmonton and within the ecosystem. They will also be invited to be a part of the multi-stakeholder advisory committee, and I'll turn to my colleagues to see if there's any more specifics about Edmonton Global to add.
Yeah, one of the things they mentioned that they're really skilled in, or where they would fit well, is in international investment, so attracting foreign direct investment to the park. So yeah.
This will be an asset that they will be promoting to international investors.
Yeah, they see it as an asset that international investors would be interested in.
Yeah, and this conversation about innovation corridor a long time ago, but if I think about the region, Beaumont has their innovation park. I don't know where that is at, but we're close to the airport. There's a ton of industrial land out there. And this is also kind of in that area. Has that kind of picture kind of come up in your conversations during the engagement? Kind of those connections?
Nothing specific on how we would market it, but we did hear from the stakeholders who had located the park that that's one of the reasons why they're there, or why they decided to move there in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, that I think that's still an interesting idea, the idea of an innovation corridor. So I just kind of want to put that out there as not afraid to talk, not afraid to talk about it. One thing I thought that was interesting in the report is that basically everything you're recommending today, it came up in 2015. But at that time, the budget to go along with that wasn't approved back in 2015. Why?
I think that's probably a question for a previous council because we don't approve the budget.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity that we're now kind of talking about this, many years later when more actions could have been taken many years prior to kind of keep the momentum going. Okay, so just on the cost question, so when you're going to do the cost analysis, you're going to be looking at perhaps kind of what some of these other partner organizations can also, like, would that be part of the cost, or are you specifically looking at the city contribution? Because if I look at a lot of those actions, like you say, we don't have to be responsible for all of them, and we shouldn't be either. Are you going to be working some of those perhaps partnership contribution if you ever get to that stage, including even some of the programming work that Andrew referenced earlier? I'm just wondering.
Absolutely. So we're going into the conversations with the multi-stakeholder advisory committee without any limitations on funding only from the city, and given that it is multi-stakeholder, there should be multi-stake in terms of what happens here. So we'll be exploring all of those opportunities to see where there is ability for other partners, whether it's Edmonton Global, Innovates, or other agencies within their mandates to play a part in contributing financially or otherwise within their mandates.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I didn't necessarily want my colleagues to leave this meeting thinking, oh, are we going to anticipate another big budget adjustment later on? But I think there's a lot of creativity around the table and a lot of thinking around the table to talk about partnership. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, nothing further. Happy to speak to it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. All right. See no more questions, so to speak. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
I think in a committee and a council, I hear a lot when we talk about economic development. I think there is lots of emphasis around incentive programs. We talk a lot about industrial land development, and I feel oftentimes the research part kind of falls off over the years. But if we want to talk about economic diversification, which, there's lots of conversations at the province, at the city, like this is happening. This is it. We have some really great announcements. But announcement aside, and there's some really interesting work aside, I I've always maintained, even prior to the election, I think there's great potential in this part of the city, in this hub. And I feel like over the past while, just talking to the stakeholders, reading the research that administration has generated, really validates that there is something here. And I'm actually quite excited for what will come. I appreciate it. I know that there at the last meeting when the motion for this came forward, there was various take on we've been neglected and we've been kind of forgotten, and I think that sentiment, I think we need to rectify that and make sure that we maintain that trust of the community there that generates millions of dollars of economic return for the city. They're creating jobs, they're creating innovation, and they're doing research. And so I think, I maintain that there is such potential, and I really hope to see how the work from the next phase for the next year can keep that momentum going. And in the future, I also know that there's great walking paths in the research park, so in the future, if any of my colleagues want to go for a walk or check out the park, I will welcome that opportunity too. So.
All right, thank you so much, Councillor Tang. So we have a motion on the floor. Let's vote. Oh, Councillor Salvador, go ahead, please.
I'll just be very brief. I just want to thank Councillor Tang for her leadership on this file. I think the potential is really significant here for economic development and continued innovation. So kudos for being a champion on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I repeat that. Thank you, Councillor Tang, for working with the administration and putting this motion together, and also working with the businesses and community out of the research park. Yeah, thank you so much for that. All right, so please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Right. Okay. Now we are back to item 7.4. Okay. I think Councillor Principe was in the queue to ask questions. All right, just give us a few seconds here, Councillor Principe, for people to settle into their chairs. Are we ready? Okay, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Kajaner, you did mention about item 7.5, and I was kind of curious about, because from what I was reading, the actual motion that activated this report was ensuring city land assets are prioritized for affordable housing. So you had mentioned something about barriers in regards to the item in 7.5. Can you expand on that?
Sure, Councillor Principe. So in this report for 7.4, we talk about how there, although we have a lot of excellent work underway to try and prioritize city land assets for affordable housing, there still are some barriers to the extent that we can do that. And one of those is monetary. And so 7.5 is a good example of where the money can be a barrier, and that's because when there's closed school sites that need to be sold at market value because they're not on municipal reserve land, that means the school boards are expecting payment at market value, so we need to have a funding source to be able to purchase the site at market value. And so if we, in the absence of a land acquisition fund or resources specifically for strategic land acquisition and the housing side of things, it can mean that there's opportunities that might be a good fit for affordable housing that we aren't able to take advantage of. It was the example.
Okay, so it's expected that, okay, well, I'll actually be asking questions on that in item when we're discussing item 7.5. And just the affordable housing strategy, I did read in there that it did recommend or that to prioritize locations within proximity to LRT and transit stations. So would this not be an ideal location?
So we do, yes, but we have to do that within the resources that are available to us. So for example, there will be some potential parcels that we're looking at as part of this when the Southeast LRT, for example, is completed. There's some lands that will be considered surplus, so those would be accessible to us as a corporate resource along the line our land management guidelines. So that's an example of how we could try to prioritize that. But unfortunately, that doesn't mean that we just don't have the resources to be able to pursue all TOD sites. And that's part of why we had asked for some funding to have opportunity purchases for strategic land acquisition and through our capital profile. And so we continue to work on that. But right now we have to take our resources and prioritize them for supportive housing sites specifically because we just have limited resources for acquisition and we want to make sure we can take advantage of future, best leverage them.
Okay, and I know there are many different entities involved in affordable housing, and I know we discussed this before, but I am curious about the Affordable Housing Solutions Lab. I know that I read, again, in the housing strategy, affordable housing strategy, that the city is supporting the lab. What kind of support do we give, and do they have any support in land use for affordable housing?
That's a good question. So the city supported the creation of the Affordable Housing Solution Lab at the time that it was founded. We provided a $400,000 grant through the End Poverty Edmonton strategy to create the lab at the U of A. And then the city participates in the governance of the lab. There's someone in my team who sits on the board of directors, and they've explored a number of different initiatives related to affordable housing. It's most of their priorities so far have been focused more on engaging people with lived experience. There's also some projects that they've done around exploring housing need and looking at secondary rentals. I'm not aware of whether they've done anything specifically on land, but that is definitely something we could take away and get back to you, Councillor Principe. I think when the lab was first envisioned, it was thought to be more of a sort of prototype experimental lab, and they've moved it to a bit more of a practical research or applied research focus. So I'm not sure if they've actually done anything specifically on land, but that's something we can take away and get you that information.
Okay, great. So the group is still active then?
They are, yeah, and they do contribute, they do host a number of initiatives a year. They provide information to the federal government and the provincial government. They give them advice as well, so they are doing a lot.
And do we still any more financial commitment to them?
No, the funding we provided was one time. So I know they're coming to the end of their 4-year funding agreement, so I'm not sure what their plans are beyond that, and there may be requests, but at this point there's no plans to provide any additional resources.
Okay, great. Thank you. My time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Before I go to Councillor Tang, yes, I understand the funding is a barrier, and the funding that we allocated in for 2023 in the last budget discussion has been already allocated to the rapid housing initiatives. And the budget ask was, I think, $91 million over 4 years. And there was a commitment from administration, because I wanted to bring forward a subsequent, but we were told that, during OP12 discussions, there's a commitment to find resources for capital aspect of the affordable housing. I know maybe Stacey's walking over here. Just want to get a sense about, I know we are still too early in that on OP12, right? But that, I understand that commitment was there, right?
So just to clarify, you're correct, the $91 million wasn't funded. I think the intention of OP12 was that we would look to find $240 million to be allocated across priority areas, of which affordable housing is one. Mm-hmm. And so that $91 million would be found as part of the 240.
And a part of the 240 over the course of 3 years, right?
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'm glad that we're going to be looking into that. I want to come back to my first question. If affordable housing is core infrastructure, then why are we not requiring land to be set aside as we develop new neighborhoods? I know Stephanie is walking. Like we ask them to we ask land to be set aside for parks, for schools, for other amenities, but we don't do that for affordable housing. Why is it?
Mr. Mayor, that's not part of our framework right now of what we ask developers to contribute. I'm not sure off the top of my head if we're able to ask for that through municipal reserve. So that's something that we'd have to look at further if that was the will of committee for us to look into that. And are we already looking at that through part of the policy work?
Yeah, there may be, that's something we are working on, options around the developer-sponsored policy that was repealed, and this is, I think we could explore this question through that lens, although it may or may not be directly related to that policy framework either, but that's something we can take away to work our teams together. I know offline there were some conversations with law, but I don't think we have a solid enough advice to give you at this point, but it's something we could come back with.
If you could, fill us in maybe at a future time. I don't want to make a motion because it might be too early for that kind of work to be, but maybe an initial conversation need to happen. We have a huge crisis. We have a need for affordable housing. 49,000 households live in core housing need. So it's integral to economic growth, integral to social cohesion. So I'm just trying to understand. And housing is a shared responsibility as well, right? So we have a role to play. Okay, so I'll look forward to maybe more conversation outside. On the reimagining old community infrastructure, community league infrastructure, again, it's too early. Can we start that? Maybe administration can start having conversation with EFCL, like how do they envision what their ideas are about these old buildings? Can we look at shared use or multi-purpose use? Housing could be part of it. Right?
Absolutely. And when this was briefly raised this morning, the emails were already sent and the team is already looking into it.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Yeah, those are the questions I have, and we will follow up on those too. I think there's an opportunity for us to unlock some of those potentials. With that, I'll go to Councillor Tang.
Hi. I just have a few lingering questions. Just wanted to continue that thread on the MDC, or not MDC, but that idea. I know we have home ed, but they don't do development. They do acquisition, no?
No, they do both.
Oh, okay. What is the body in Calgary called? Like the affordable housing?
The
corporation?
There's a Calgary Housing Company.
Right, and that's at arm's length from the city.
That is an interesting question. They operate like Savita, like a housing management body, but they're actually not governed by the housing management body regulations, but they fulfill a similar role.
But also development and acquisition and the governance, kind of all under one roof a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of like if Home Ed and Savita in Edmonton were combined into one.
Oh.
A little bit.
That would be interesting. Can we do that? I know there's pros and cons in every model for sure, and I'll just float that out there, and curious to know what kind of analysis or comparison have been done with these different kinds of governance model. I was also curious. I think there's several mentions around kind of shovel-ready projects. We also have a shovel-ready group that's with kind of different housing providers. Since forming that group, I understand it's been a few years. Have you seen like significant progress made on? Yeah, so it's an effective model.
Yeah, I think so. And I think our grant program structure has also been helpful for that, and that's the strategy. Because when we first did our first intake, we had like 3 project applications, and I think we funded one, and then it didn't succeed or didn't go forward. But now, when we open an intake, we have 20 applications, and it's difficult to pick. between them.
That's awesome. And how many years has it been?
It's been 4 years.
Wow. That's pretty tremendous progress. So, and this is a small thing, but I noticed for the Good Neighbor Plan review that we're working with different stakeholders to look at that. I'm curious about the partners. I can understand Jasper Place and Wellness, who kind of spoke out on this issue initially that led to that motion. What's the thinking behind the other roles? Like social planning does the research side, and then the community foundation is more on is it the ECDC side?
Yes, yeah, ECDC would be one example of that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not sure which list you're
Sorry,
pointing to.
this was in the report. It was just a small mention, but it just kind of piqued my curiosity about, for example, why not with, organizations that currently have good neighbor plans. I'm thinking the Boyle, the Mustard Seed, and all that. Anyways.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think some of these stakeholders are ones that have specifically expressed interest in this question, but I think we would be asking others as well, for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. That's good to know. And then finally, for the along the Valley Line Southeast, specifically, we have purchased any kind of remaining land back already. Was that right?
So
Sorry.
as we acquired land, we would have some remnant parcels that are remaining after the construction.
Okay.
And so there will be remnant parcels that could be disposed of by the city and or used for housing purposes.
Are there any ones along Southeast?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like I drive by that path all the time and I see different parcels. I'm like, oh, I wonder what's going to be on there. But okay, great. Thank you so much. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I don't know if Councillor Wright, you haven't had first round on this, right? Have you?
This morning, I believe.
You did. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Rutherford then. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. Yes, I will move closer. I just actually had a question on how we work with equity-seeking groups in the affordable housing space. And the reason I asked this question is I recently had a meeting with some folks from the Islamic community who said that they have a desire to want to do some work around affordable housing that's culturally appropriate, but that they haven't really been able to have that kind of proactive outreach. So are we doing any of that? I know we've done some with specifically like Indigenous-led. Have we done that with other equity-seeking groups?
Yeah, I think, so the way that we would deal or work in that case, and I will say, like, I think your use of the word proactive is important there, because I will be on, like, there's not a ton of proactive outreach at this point, and it's mostly just a capacity thing. But when groups do come to us and say, like, oh, we've identified this affordable housing need, we will meet with them and talk to them about their own capacity to develop, if that's a desire. And if that's not a desire, then we also work to connect them to other nonprofit housing providers. And there are some that are really interested and engaged in partnerships like that, where, like, I can think Right at Home, for example, has built, has worked on partnerships prior for that community in particular to look at how we can get like larger family sleeping rooms and those types of culturally appropriate
Yeah, multi-generational.
Exactly, yeah. So we try to connect them, but obviously some of it just depends on their ability to connect and pursue further. We are also, just all flag, working on a project with the multicultural health brokers. There was a motion council had passed a couple of years ago to identify a site for a housing for newcomers and refugees, and so that's an ongoing project. We actually meet like almost monthly with them to try and work through supporting them in becoming in a development capacity. And
So with this one specific one, then I think what I'll do is if there's desire, I would like to connect both with Stephanie McCabe's team and Jennifer Flaman's team about this, because I think there is some funding, some opportunity, but I just don't think they know how to go about it. Okay? Does that sound good? Okay, and then I have a question I debated whether I was going to ask, because it has a little bit of controversy to it. I know there's unintended negative consequences from an affordability perspective, but have we ever considered with surplus site sales for affordable housing doing it on a sliding scale? So like, for example, if it's 20% below market, they're going to pay a little bit more for the land. If it's 50% below market, maybe they get it at a more discounted rate, so that we really can. And then I would say the added piece to that is, if we sell it at a higher rate for the 20% below market, that money can go back into the coffers for other affordable housing land acquisitions. Like, have we considered that at all? And I know there's some unintended consequences on the other side of that, but I felt like it was something I had to ask about.
I can start with this one. So that is something we have considered, because there are different proponents that can come forward with options to acquire sites and the level of affordability that they're providing.
Yeah.
So that's an option. At the same time, we have heard from some of the nonprofit developers that we work with that having land provided at a nominal rate really helps them, so that they can devote their dollars towards the actual development. So it's a bit of a struggle. It's something we can continue to take a look at depending on what offers come in. I'm not sure if you have any.
Yeah, no, I would just say, like, we do that with our grants, right? So, you know, the grant's more generous if the affordability is more generous. But I think sometimes with the land, I mean, there's a lot of process and timing issues around, like, they not necessarily knowing exactly what the subsidization rate is going to be at the time that we're negotiating the agreement, because it's subject to funding that's going to come in later from other orders of government. So that can be a challenge. And then if we're charging them X and then they, like, part of it, that is a big thing that we're just trying to work through right now between our two areas, real estate and housing.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, just in my last couple seconds, that I know there's consequences, and if we're looking for ways to fund and spur that it's worth considering, especially if we're having the timing sequencing conversation anyway. So that's just my one thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And just a few more questions. So yeah, obviously financial barriers are an ongoing issue, and we experienced that during the budget, having to set aside those dollars through pay-as-you-go. And this might be a bigger question, but have we explored models that would allow us to finance through debt? Like, I think the answer is probably yes, but it just seems like there is a structural challenge when it comes to the way that we are trying to finance projects. Or sorry, maybe wrong language, not financing. Does that question make sense? Like, for the acquisition of properties? Yeah.
So I think the challenge with debt, so I'll start and then Mr. Jiraki can weigh in, is to finance something has to be our asset. So oftentimes what we're doing is we're granting or partially funding an asset that belongs to another entity. And so through different providers, like for instance, we know that Home Ed borrows for their projects and then pays those borrowing back, but we're not in the business of affordable housing. We're in the business of enabling affordable housing being built, and debt financing might not be the right tool for that.
Okay, so looking at Home Ed, so they're a nonprofit entity. They have the capacity to access private debt?
Yes.
Okay.
That debt gets repaid through the rent that they recover. But remember that they run on a model. Like I want to be careful because I don't want to speak for them, but they are running on a subsidized model, not always a deep subsidy model.
For sure, and that offset is there, and that makes sense. I guess, yeah, I'm just struggling with the sustainability of having to access pay-as-you-go for these projects.
So even if you were to borrow, like the funding source would be tax levy. Like so what it does is financing would allow it to be paid back over a longer period of time, but the reason that the policy hasn't allowed it is now we're financing something that we don't own anymore.
Yeah, okay, I will ponder that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Ms. Jenner, when you talked about Calgary's, how their sort of governance structure is, I think we all looked at each other and wanted that sort of structure to be considered. But I'm just wondering, is that one reason when we were talking about the providing the grants for the property taxes for the housing providers, it came up that Calgary seemed to be able to do it under the MGA in a better way that we were able to do? And I'm just wondering, is it because of the structure of that housing organization?
It's not because of the structure.
Okay.
I'm not Kate or Anton, so I can't be specific about. I think it was more a difference in interpretation, though, than one being allowed to do it versus the other.
Yeah, so we just want to be really careful about making an interpretation of somebody else's interpretation of the law. But as I understand it, the definition of affordable housing properties isn't well defined in provincial legislation. So then you get thrown into other pieces of legislation like COPTER. So we have made an assessment that certain affordable housing providers are subject to taxation. That's why we have the grant. And I think that in public, that's where I would leave it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, Ms. Jenner, I just wanted to talk about the affordable housing in every community. Ideally, we wanted to see, was it 16%? What is our goal?
Yeah, that was the target that was previously approved by council. Yeah.
And so what do we do if we have land, but maybe not the resources? It's a barrier. We don't have the resources, the monetary resources to build affordable housing, but we own the land. Would we sit on the land and wait so that we know that we will have the opportunity to hopefully one day build affordable housing on that spot?
Yes, I think if we have a land asset that's has been identified for housing, we work really hard to try and find people to fund it, and we try to package up. So we could try to package up sites and then take that to the province or the federal government to see if there's a way that we could partner all three orders of government. So. In a nutshell, I think we don't reach, with some exceptions where there's been some barriers and challenges like the surplus school sites. Beyond that, though, if we have a site for housing, we work really hard to try and get that out the door so it can do the best of the most use for Edmontonians.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. So that concludes the questions on this item. There's a recommendation to be moved for information. Councillor Wright, you want to do that?
Sure. I will move that the March 22nd, 2023 Community Services Report CS 00906 be received for information.
Okay. Here we go. All right. So anyone to speak? Seeing none, please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, the next item is 7.5, acquisition of land and building, St. Peter Center. So I exempted this, and my question was actually answered by you as well. And but in the questions on the previous item, my question was, why are we paying to Catholic School Board to purchase this land, right? So maybe you want to repeat the reason. Yeah.
Yeah, so just to repeat the answer to that question is due to the fact that this was non-reserve land that we would have to acquire the land at market value. Otherwise, if it was a reserve parcel, the city would have the option to take over that land at a nominal fee.
Because on the reserve land, because we transfer land at $0, then we get it back at $0. In this case, they paid to purchase this land sometime before that?
I won't have the background in terms of how they acquired that before. I'm not sure if Neil on the call might have that, but ultimately it was not a reserve designated parcel because it's within a mature area. There is a set date of when that the reserve process was put in place, and so that's where this was missed.
So we wouldn't know whether the Catholic School Board purchased that land at a market value at that particular time, right?
Yeah, and I'm seeing here the site was initially acquired by the Catholic School Board back in 1953.
Okay. And we wouldn't know whether it was given to them by the province or the city, or did they pay a value at market? We don't know.
I don't have that information in front of me right now. No.
How many of similar type of situation we would be dealing with where we have to pay to acquire the land from school boards?
So it's usually only in these mature areas where this can occur typically, as far as I know. In this situation, I'm just seeing a quick note here that they would have purchased it at that point in time. There are about 24 closed school sites, so that could be the general range of how many we might be in this position for if we have an interest in actually acquiring those sites when they become available.
Mm-hmm. Is there a way to do some research into this, like if they paid a price? I mean, if they bought them at a value, or were they given? Because I just want to understand, like, if our goal is creating more affordable housing and repurposing some of these sites, and we end up purchasing them, if we have the resources, and the resource is always a challenge, right? So if they did not pay to acquire this land, then now they're being compensated for something they did not pay. Maybe, I don't know, some other folks are walking.
Yeah, Tim may be able to help. He's got some good background on this. So,
thank you for the question, Mayor. Every time a school site is declared surplus, our due diligence requires us to research how the school site acquired the site to confirm if they bought it at market or if it was given to them by the city at less than market, even predating the 62 Planning Act. So we've actually researched all the 24 closed school sites and can speak to how they were acquired to help inform decisions when school boards declare sites surplus, because we have that 6-month window of time, 180 days to reply.
So what is the history on this site? Did we?
This site, it was purchased by the school board at market in the early 50s from a variety of different owners. The city did not give it to them, although the Lendrum site, you may remember a few years ago, the city actually provided to the public school board for $1 in 1960, and while it did not have a reserve designation, the public school board agreed that it would return to us for $1. So that's why we have that due diligence process in place.
That's great. Thank you so much for that information. Okay. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious as to why the city is purchasing it. What is the intention of the city? Why are we purchasing it?
I can answer that, Councillor. So a portion of the site is required for open space per the McKernan Belgravia ARP. So open space had an interest in acquiring that portion, but the Catholic School Board wanted to sell the entire site, ideally to a single buyer. So we had conversations with them. The western portion of the site is developable, and it's a really good development opportunity where we'll be looking to try and incorporate some kind of affordable housing or other city building objectives into that. So just looking at it and doing a financial analysis and some due diligence, it seemed like it had really good development potential. So land enterprise retained earnings is being used to acquire the balance of the site.
Okay, so that's where the money's coming from. That was going to be one of my questions. I find it, you're talking about need of green space, their open space. These communities are right next door to the largest urban park in North America. Is that, I guess that's not considered a part of their space, open space?
So we have Hawaii Hassan on the call, as well as Corey Churchill from our open space group. I think they would be able to address that question.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I can try to answer that. The river valley would be treated somewhat differently from the neighborhood park system. falls under a different set of environmental regulations, and somewhat caters to a different range of uses. So this particular park would support sport fields, neighborhood-based amenities, where the River Valley might cater to more citywide in some cases, or passive use consistent with environmentally sensitive areas.
Okay, thank you. And what will be the cost for the demolition and then development of that land? And where would that money be coming from?
I'll let you go with the demolition first, Corey.
Okay, the demolition, so the acquisition of the open space as well as the demolition of the existing building, that comes from our funds in lieu of reserve account. I think we have estimated approximately 1.5 million for the demolition, and that comes from our existing reserves. So that demolition would bring the site to basically a grade level and seed. Future park development would be subject to an additional a future funding request.
Okay, so it wouldn't be, that would have to come back to council then?
Correct.
That budget request?
Correct.
Okay. And sorry, you said the demolition, the funds are in lieu of?
The funds in lieu of reserve account.
Reserve account?
Yeah.
And is that reserve account from sales of other surplus lands?
In some cases, so the city has two reserve accounts. One is the Parkland Purchase Reserve, and one is the funds in lieu of reserve. Both receive monies from cash in lieu contributions. Parkland Purchase Reserve receives cash in lieu contributions primarily from industrial and commercial lands, whereas the funds in lieu is generated more at a residential subdivisions.
Okay, and just quickly, like I see that McKernan has a population of 2,580, where say Evansdale has a population of 5,785. Yet, yeah, it just doesn't seem like there's like a certain, maybe it's off balance with the amount of population and the amount of green space allocated. I don't know who can speak to that.
I would say it's a fair observation. I can't speak to the particulars of Evansdale. I will say that we applied a lens of our open space green network strategy Breathe, as well as looking at existing supply within the neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay, oh, thank you. My time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. All right, so that concludes the, oh, sorry, Councillor Wright?
I'm just wondering, sort of in the interim until it becomes a multifamily development there, who maintains the big grass field?
The city does.
Okay, yeah. And right now, who's maintaining it? Is it
It'd be the school board. Yeah.
It is, okay. So at extra cost, operational funding, that's within budget, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I could probably get the exact or estimate for you, but I don't have those numbers unless someone else on the call has those, but it's something we could get back to you.
Okay. Tim? No? Okay. Okay, I was just curious about that. And seeing the word abatement, that just kind of freaks me out a little bit. We're pretty sure that what you've indicated, I think you said 1 million or something for demolition, that'll cover it?
There's been extensive due diligence on the building as well as inspections to determine a best estimate for the cost of demo. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe?
Thank you. Sorry, I came back for another round. I just wanted to pick up on some of the wording that was used in the report. I read potential for affordable housing. but then I heard that it's not really feasible. So just the portion, or what portion of land will be allocated to open space, and what portion of land will be considered developable?
I don't have the exact split right in front of me. I think roughly 45% of the land is going to be used for open space, 40 to 45%. And then the balance would be development land. The exact amount of affordable housing that could go into that site is something we haven't determined yet. Right now, it was an opportunity purchase that is in a great location, and no matter what we put in there, it will be something positive. So we haven't been able to work out exactly what kind of affordable housing or amount would go in there, but either way, we're going to purchase it and look into that.
Just to add to that, I just wanted to clarify that through the circulation process, when we were looking at the potential to acquire this site, we would have done a holistic review again within administration to see if there's any areas within the city that wanted to claim that site or had an interest in acquiring it. So as we did that, our housing team, although they had some interest, it wasn't a priority for them from an affordable housing perspective. Part of that is due to the fact that we do have another site within Queen Alexandra and then also within Garneau that we've recently acquired, and we've also put back out onto the market with the intent of disposing to a nonprofit that can develop affordable housing on those sites. So I just want to make it clear that we'll explore all opportunities, but it may not be an affordable housing use at the end of the day for this specific location.
Okay, so it already has gone, yeah, because when I read potential for affordable housing, but then when I heard that it's not really being considered for affordable housing, I wasn't really sure. So it already went through the city and was not considered for affordable housing at this time.
Councillor, just a bit of a clarification on the barrier that was it was the price of the site was a barrier for affordable housing. So they have to look at all the various priorities throughout the city and look and see where the best investment could be made with the funds that they have.
Okay, so
and
how?
this was just a site they couldn't prioritize.
Okay, so how are we going to reach our 16% affordable housing in communities if that will always be a barrier then?
I'll take a stab at this one. Yeah. Or do we have Crystal? Come on over.
I would just, Councillor Principe, when the target was set, it was recognized at the time that it was an aspirational goal that was used, that we would use to guide our investment decisions, but that the city at this point does not have the resources to assure attainment of the goal, but rather when we do have resources, we would use that goal to assess which neighborhoods we're investing in and where. So we aren't resourced in a way that we could achieve the goal right now, but that's certainly like a piece that we keep in mind when we're making our investment decisions, that's the guidance that it provides.
Yeah, my concern is that we might be having too much affordable housing in one area simply because the land is more economical than another area. And, you know, we're trying to balance it across the city. So I could just see that this is always going to be a barrier. And if we don't address it, then we won't achieve those that idea of possibly getting to 16%. Okay, one more question. For that portion of land, will that be sold to a developer, or will the city develop it? What is the intention?
Usually the way a site like that would work is we would look to do some value enhancement work. So rezoning the site to something that fits the neighborhood, and then maybe doing some servicing work to get it to a state where it could be developed, remove some of those barriers that a developer might face, and then list the land publicly and get a developer to come in and do the on-site work.
Okay, great, thanks. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Principe. So this raises a question for me in a way that if this land would require rezoning, right? As a council, we cannot presume the outcome of the rezoning, right? So we cannot give you that certainty, so you're taking this risk with full knowledge that council may not approve the rezoning.
That is correct. That is part of the risk that is inherent with any site, yes.
Okay, good. I think that's very important to be on the record, that no assumption is being made on your end that you will be granted the rezoning.
Yes, it's similar to other parcels, like when we've acquired raw land, for instance, in whether it's greenfield areas or even industrial land where it wasn't zoned to the final state. There was always the risk that you'd still have to move forward and get that approval, and council needs to wear those two hats independently and not have any conflict.
Got it. Okay, good. That concludes the questions. Now we need to move a motion.
So moved.
Councilor Jens, thank you. We have a motion. Can we please, can you read that into the record, Councilor Jens?
I move that the land purchase agreement as outlined in attachment 2 of the March 22nd, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01258, be approved, and that the agreement is be in a form and content acceptable to the city manager, and that attachment 2 of the March 22nd, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01258, remain private pursuant to sections 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? Seeing none, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we've done 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, 7-5. Responses to consider inquiries none. The report private none. Motions pending none. Notes of motions or motions without customary notice. Seeing none, we are adjourned.